Hello there, and welcome to Just About Earth, where curiosity takes its time and science finds room to breathe. Tonight's quiet journey reaches far back, to a moment that exists more in imagination than in memory. A time before time, at least before the kind of time marked by clocks or calendars, when the world was wild, unpredictable, and new, and the first humans were only just beginning to open their eyes to it. What was it like, that dawn of us? What kind of planet waited when we first arrived, when the Earth looked both familiar and impossibly strange? Maybe you're listening in the evening. Maybe it's already deep into night where you are. And maybe, as you settle into whatever patch of quiet you found, you can picture it. A world without cities, without machines, without even the idea of history yet. Just breath, light, wind, and life. If that thought brings you a sense of calm or wonder, I'd be grateful if you left a like or subscribed. It helps this small corner of calm reach others who might need a peaceful moment too. Now, let's drift gently into the story, because the beginning of humanity wasn't a single event, but a long awakening that unfolded under shifting skies and in the heartbeat of the Earth itself. The dawn of humanity wasn't announced with trumpets or miracles. It came quietly, over millions of years, through changes so slow that no one living through them could have noticed. Picture a savanna in what is now Eastern Africa. The air is warm, dry, and full of the hum of insects. The horizon trembles slightly in the heat. The grass bends in waves, and somewhere among the trees, something moves that isn't quite like the others. Upright, cautious, alert. This being doesn't have a name yet, not the kind we'd recognize, but you might see something in the eyes, something that feels familiar. The faint glimmer of curiosity. That's where it begins, not with cities or language, but with a glance towards something and a wondering what if. The world around that first curiosity was both generous and cruel. The landscape of early humanity was shaped by climate shifts, volcanic eruptions, and long cycles of drought and rain. The Great Rift Valley, stretching like a scar through East Africa, was home to forests, lakes, and grasslands that came and went with the rhythm of the earth. In that shifting environment, our earliest ancestors learned to adapt not through strength or speed, but through awareness. They watched, they learned, they remembered. And those small advantages, invisible at first, became the roots of something entirely new. The earth itself was older than imagination could reach. By the time the first humans appeared, the planet had already seen the rise and fall of continents, oceans, and entire species. Dinosaurs had come and gone more than 60 million years earlier. Mammals had spread into every environment. The air was rich with dust and pollen, heavy with scent, and the nights were darker than any we know now. Without the glare of cities or the hum of electricity, the stars must have looked impossibly close. It's tempting to imagine one of our ancestors looking up, tilting their head just slightly, and feeling the first hint of wonder about the vastness above them. That same motion, looking up at the stars and thinking about what they mean, has never really stopped since. But that world wasn't peaceful in the way we sometimes imagine prehistory to be. It was full of risk. Lions, leopards, and saber-toothed cats prowled the grasslands. Enormous elephants and ancient relatives of today's buffalo moved in herds, reshaping the land with their weight. Crocodiles waited in muddy rivers. Even the wind carried danger, sudden storms, fires, the scent of predators. To survive here required constant attention, and that constant attention slowly built something like intelligence. When you live every day with the need to notice patterns, where fruit ripens first, where water collects after rain, where the shadows hide the least danger. You start to build a map inside your mind, a map not just of space, but of possibility. At the dawn of humanity, that inner map was starting to grow more detailed. The hands that once grasped branches now held stones. The stones were not yet shaped into tools, but the idea of shaping was forming. Curiosity was becoming method. You can almost imagine an early ancestor sitting near a river, turning a stone over and over, feeling its edges, noticing how one side fits the hand better than another. Maybe a spark jumps, not of fire, but of thought. The first connection between intention and object. To hold something not just for what it is, but for what it could become. That moment, invisible in the fossil record, might be the truest beginning of us. The air they breathed was full of life. Insects, birds, mammals, and plants in endless combinations. Every sound had meaning. The rustle of grass could signal danger, or the promise of food. Smell guided them more than sight in many cases, and hearing connected them to one another long before language existed. The sound of another nearby, a rustle that wasn't the wind, a footstep that wasn't their own. These things mattered deeply. Out of that sensitivity, social bonds grew stronger. Group life became essential. Alone, a human ancestor was vulnerable. Together, they could watch, defend, and share. Community wasn't an invention. It was survival. In this early age, the days were long and the nights longer still. Without artificial light, darkness brought stillness and fear, but also safety in closeness. Fires came later, but even before that, our ancestors must have huddled together for warmth, listening to the distant sounds of predators. The experience of night then was different from ours. There was no escaping it, no glowing screens to soften it. Night was complete, absolute, and the sky was alive with light. The Milky Way, arching across the heavens, would have been brighter than any city skyline. To sit under it, hearing the steady breath of others, would have been to feel something that even now we only glimpse on the rare nights when the power goes out. A connection between body, earth, and sky that needed no words. Food was the constant challenge. The early humans were omnivores by necessity, eating what the land provided. Roots, berries, small animals, insects, eggs, and occasionally the remains of larger prey left behind by other predators. Scavenging required bravery and timing, to wait until the lions finished, but before the vultures arrived. To edge close enough to take a share without becoming prey yourself. Those instincts sharpen the mind. Observing patterns of animal behavior, learning how to use the landscape to hide or to hunt. Every successful day added a little more knowledge to the growing memory of the group. That memory, passed through imitation and habit, was the first form of culture. The climate shifted endlessly. Ice ages came and went, changing rainfall, vegetation, and migration routes. In some regions, lush forests dried into open grasslands. In others, deserts bloomed after brief rains. These environmental swings were harsh, but they also encouraged movement. Populations split, wandered, adapted to new foods, new challenges, new surroundings. Each change tested the ability to learn and to teach. The ones who could adjust survived, and over countless generations, that ability became part of who we are. Adaptability wasn't just a skill, it was an inheritance. Bones found in ancient riverbeds tell us that the first humans stood upright long before they looked anything like us. Walking on two legs freed the hands, and the hands began to evolve in response. Dexterity increased, grip improved, and along with it came new possibilities. To carry, to throw, to shape, The brain, in turn, began to grow to manage these new demands. Tool use required memory, foresight, and coordination. Communication grew more complex. Simple gestures, sounds, or looks began to carry layered meaning. Each act of cooperation, each shared goal, reinforced the bonds that made the group stronger. It's easy to forget that in those early days, survival wasn't guaranteed. A single broken leg, a sudden storm, a failed hunt could end everything. And yet, in that fragile existence, life persisted. Children were born, raised, and taught. Knowledge, even without words, was passed along. The rhythm of the world was slow but steady. Birth, growth, struggle, rest. The early humans might not have understood time as we do, but they would have felt its pulse in every change of light, every growing shadow. The day's warmth fading into the cool of night, the endless return of morning, the cycle of hunger and fulfillment. If we could stand beside them now, we might be surprised by how much of them remains in us. The instinct to gather, the comfort of company, the fascination with firelight, the tendency to look at the sky and wonder. These aren't modern inventions. They're echoes of a way of being that once defined us completely. And though technology has changed everything about our surroundings, it hasn't changed that deeper rhythm. Somewhere in us, those early memories of the earth, open sky, distant thunder, soft ground underfoot, still live. The first breath of us wasn't taken in comfort or ceremony. It was probably taken in fear or surprise or exhaustion. A newborn opening its lungs for the first time in the heat of the African sun, surrounded by sounds older than language. And yet that breath was shared across generations, unbroken. Every one of us carries a trace of that first breath, that ancient air. The molecules we breathe now are the same ones that passed through forests long gone, through lungs of creatures long extinct. The atmosphere itself is a kind of archive, holding the memory of everything that's ever lived. And that brings us to something important about the dawn of humanity. The sense that the world was alive, not just with creatures and plants, but with presence. Early humans didn't draw a line between themselves and nature the way we often do now. The river wasn't just water, it was a force. The tree wasn't just shelter, it was alive, connected. That perspective, born from necessity and awe, shaped the earliest forms of awareness. To survive, they had to pay attention to everything, and in that attention grew a kind of respect, not moral or philosophical yet, but instinctive. The world was powerful, unpredictable, and full of meaning. The dawn wasn't just physical, it was also mental, a slow brightening inside the mind, the development of memory, anticipation, imagination, the ability to picture something not present, to recall the past or predict the future. These were monumental changes, though they happened without fanfare. Somewhere along the line, an ancestor not only used a tool, but imagined a better one, not only saw fire, but wondered if it could be brought closer. These were the first steps toward creativity, and from creativity came everything else. Language, art, belief, civilization. At the dawn of humanity, none of those things existed yet. There were no words for beauty or for fear. There was only the raw experience of being alive in a world that was vast and immediate. But inside that experience, the seeds of everything to come were already growing. The need to understand, the urge to share, the comfort of companionship, the awareness of patterns. These were the quiet inventions that made us human long before we had the means to name them. So when we talk about the dawn of humanity, we're not just talking about fossils or tools. We're talking about the first flicker of consciousness that made life more than survival. That small, almost invisible moment when being alive began to include being aware. The Earth was the same as it had been for millions of years, but now it was being seen in a new way. Every gust of wind, every track in the dirt, every flicker of light became part of a growing story, a story we're still telling. And the world itself, vast, restless, and beautiful, kept turning. Volcanoes still rumbled, rivers still changed course, the wind still carried the scent of distant rain. Life went on, and with it, the quiet evolution of thought. That's where we'll drift next, to the world that came before us. A planet still shaping itself, still finding balance. The stage on which humanity's first footsteps were taken. Because to understand what we became, we first have to understand the Earth we woke up to. Long before the first footprints pressed into soft earth, before the sound of speech, before even the thought of home existed, the planet itself was still learning what it meant to be stable. The world we know now, with its familiar continents and recognizable shapes, was a restless construction project 4.5 billion years in the making. Mountains rose and fell like tides, oceans appeared and vanished, and the air itself was a living experiment. When we imagine the dawn of humanity, it's easy to think of the world as prepared and waiting for us, as if everything had been arranged for our arrival. But the truth is quieter and more complex. Earth was still shaping itself, piece by piece, moment by moment, indifferent and alive. The continents had not always been where they are now. Africa, the cradle of humanity, was once part of a vast supercontinent called Gondwana, welded to what would become South America, India, Antarctica, and Australia. For millions of years, they drifted together like rafts on a molten sea. The slow grinding of tectonic plates, measured in inches per year, reshaped the face of the planet. Volcanoes erupted where the crust tore apart, spilling rivers of fire that cooled into rock. Entire mountain ranges rose from the seafloor only to erode into dust again. To the human eye, it would have looked eternal and unchanging. To the Earth, it was simply motion, the kind of motion that never stops. By the time our distant ancestors began to walk upright, the world was already a mosaic of extremes. In some places, glaciers advanced like creeping walls of ice, carving valleys and redirecting rivers. In others, volcanic plains stretched to the horizon, smoking gently as new rock formed beneath the sun. Between these landscapes, vast grasslands opened up, an unplanned invitation for a new kind of creature to explore. Those open spaces, filled with scattered trees and shallow lakes, became the training grounds of humanity. Every gust of wind carried both danger and opportunity. To live there meant learning the language of the land, when to move, where to drink, what to trust. But to understand what that world was like, you have to imagine not just the scenery, but the atmosphere itself. The air we breathe today is a delicate mix, mostly nitrogen and oxygen, but it took billions of years of chemical struggle to get there. The first breath of Earth was poison, thick with carbon dioxide, methane, and ammonia. It was the work of microscopic life, ancient cyanobacteria in prehistoric oceans that slowly transformed the sky. They released oxygen as a waste product, an accident that changed everything. Over eons, that oxygen built up, reacted with iron in the oceans, and finally spilled into the air. The blue planet we know was literally rusting its way into habitability. By the time early humans appeared, the air was clean enough to breathe deeply. though dust and volcanic ash often hung over the horizon like a veil. The climate was unpredictable. Long, dry periods turned forests into savannas, forcing life to adapt or move. Then came the rains, brief but intense, carving new paths for rivers and filling shallow basins with life. This constant flux was not a backdrop to evolution. It was its driving force. Change created pressure, and pressure created possibility. In the long, slow contest between environment and adaptation, flexibility became the winning strategy. The creatures that could adjust their behavior survived, and one lineage in particular learned to do it better than any other. Before humans, there were many almost humans. The story of our origins is a web of branching paths, each species a step in a long conversation between biology and environment. Australopithecus afarensis, known from the famous fossil nicknamed Lucy, walked upright more than 3 million years ago. They lived in the open woodlands of East Africa, where the ground was dotted with acacia trees and the sky shimmered with heat. They were small, strong, and curious, already halfway between ape and human in both form and habit. They left behind no words, but their bones tell us they carried the world in their posture, upright, alert, scanning the horizon for both danger and promise. The earth of their time was full of sound, wind rushing through tall grass, the calls of birds whose descendants still circle those same skies, the chatter of primates, the distant growl of big cats, water trickling through rocky gullies, thunder rolling across the plains, insects droning in the humid air. Every sound carried information. To survive meant listening, always. The rhythm of life then wasn't set by hours or schedules, but by patterns of light and shadow, hunger and rest, fear and safety. Night was a curtain that fell quickly and completely. Daylight meant movement. Dusk meant caution. Darkness meant finding the others and waiting for dawn. Volcanic regions played an unexpected role in shaping this world. East Africa sits along a great tectonic fault line where the crust is splitting apart. Over millions of years, this rifting created lakes and highlands that concentrated life in fertile pockets. Those lakes provided water even during dry periods. The fertile volcanic soils fed plants that fed animals that fed everything else. Fossils show that many key steps in human evolution happened near these lakes, places where changing environments tested every form of life. To live there was to live on the edge, but the edge was where adaptation thrived. The line between hardship and opportunity was as thin as a shadow, and it moved constantly. The skies were clearer then, the air untouched by smoke or pollution, though filled at times with dust. When storms passed, lightning illuminated the horizon, sometimes striking dry grass and starting fires. To most creatures, fire was terror, a force to flee from, but for our ancestors, it became a spectacle, a source of heat, light, and eventually control. Even before they learned to keep it, they must have watched from a distance, mesmerized by its dance. The memory of those first wildfires may be older than any language. The fascination with flame seems woven into our instincts, inherited from countless generations who once sat in the dark and dreamed of warmth. The oceans, meanwhile, were different too. Sea levels rose and fell with the rhythm of the ice ages, exposing coastal plains one millennium and swallowing them the next. These shifting shorelines became corridors for migration. The coasts offered food in abundance, shellfish, crabs, and small fish easy to catch. For creatures learning to use tools, the ocean was both a challenge and an opportunity. Smooth stones, bones, and shells could all become instruments. The connection between water and creativity may have roots there, at the edges of continents, where survival depended on observation and ingenuity. The plants that covered the earth were changing too. Grasses evolved to tolerate grazing, spreading across open lands that had once been dense forest. Trees adapted to drier climates, some shedding leaves during droughts to conserve water. These ecological shifts created the open spaces where early humans would eventually learn to run, to track, to plan. The human body itself began to mirror the landscape, lean, enduring, built for distance rather than speed. The long legs, narrow hips, and sweat glands that make us such efficient long-distance walkers were shaped by that environment. Every part of us is a memory of Earth's restlessness. The sky that hung over that ancient world was both familiar and alien. The same sun rose and set, but the stars looked slightly different because of the slow wobble of the Earth's axis. The moon was a little closer, its pull on the tides a little stronger. Nights were truly dark, the Milky Way a river of light cutting across the heavens. Our ancestors may not have known what those lights were, but they saw them, perhaps with the same quiet awe we feel now. That connection to the sky, to something beyond reach, might be one of our oldest shared experiences. Earth itself moved in rhythms larger than any human lifetime. The tilt of the planet changed slowly, altering the seasons over tens of thousands of years. Ice advanced from the poles, then retreated. Forests grew, then burned, then grew again. These cycles shaped migration routes and food sources, forcing adaptation at every turn. When we look at the fossil record, we see not a smooth story, but a series of experiments. Some species flourished briefly and vanished. Others lingered, evolving slowly into new forms. The line leading to humanity was just one of many. Survival depended less on strength than on flexibility, the ability to change when the world did. There's a strange comfort in knowing that even the ground beneath our feet is part of that story. The continents are still moving, still drifting at the pace of fingernails growing. The Himalayas are still rising, the Atlantic still widening. What feels solid and eternal is, on the scale of the earth, as temporary as a heartbeat. The world that gave rise to humanity was a landscape in motion, full of transformation and uncertainty. In a sense, the Earth we know now is just another version of that same restless experiment. When we speak of the dawn of humanity, we often picture one place, Africa, and one time. But in reality, there was no single moment or single location. The process unfolded across a vast region and over immense stretches of time. Different groups of early humans lived in different environments, each shaped by its own challenges. Some adapted to highlands, others to coastal plains, others still to forested valleys. Over generations, those populations changed, split, and sometimes reunited. The story of humanity's origin is not a straight line, but a branching tree, its roots deep in the soil of a changing earth. The more we learn about those early environments, the clearer it becomes that the earth itself was the true author of the human story. Climate shaped behavior, geography shaped movement, catastrophe shaped resilience. Every drought, flood, and eruption wrote a new line in the genetic script of our species. It wasn't a world built for comfort, but it was a world that rewarded curiosity. And curiosity, as it turned out, was humanity's most powerful adaptation. In that sense, before the beginning, Earth was already preparing us without intention. It was teaching lessons through landscape, through hardship, through the quiet persistence of life. The tools we would one day craft, the shelters we would build, the stories we would tell, All of them were echoes of that early dialogue between creature and planet. The first thoughts were shaped by mountains and rivers. The first fears were carved by thunder and night. The first hopes were kindled by dawns after long, cold darkness. Even now, traces of that formative world remain. The great Rift Valley still stretches like a scar across East Africa, its lakes and ridges holding the fossils of our ancestors. The same tectonic forces that shaped their world continue to move beneath our feet. The wind that sculpted ancient dunes still blows across them, carrying grains of sand that have been part of the story since the start. The earth is never finished. It is always becoming, always refining, always changing shape beneath the slow dance of time. The world before humanity wasn't a stage waiting for actors. It was a restless living system in which we happen to emerge. Our beginnings are not separate from the planet's story. They're a continuation of it. Every breath we take connects us back to those early skies. Every step we walk retraces movements that began in the dust of that ancient land. To understand who we are, we have to remember that we are still part of that same slow unfolding. And somewhere in that shifting landscape, as the world kept molding itself, the first sparks of awareness began to deepen. The creatures that would become us watched the land, learned its moods, and began to think in ways no other species had. Their minds mirrored the Earth's motion, slow, steady, creative. The planet was still shaping itself, and in doing so, it shaped the minds that would one day look back and call it home. From here, the story will drift closer to that growing awareness, to the world our ancestors walked through, felt, and feared. The places where the first true footprints of humanity were pressed into soft mud, where the land and the mind met for the first time, and where the story of us began to leave its mark on the earth itself. The world that cradled early humanity was never still. It shifted, breathed, and changed its face again and again, as if the planet itself were deciding what kind of home it wanted to be. The climate of that time was not gentle. It was unpredictable, powerful, and full of contrasts. There were moments when rain soaked the earth until rivers burst their banks and plains turned into shallow lakes, and then long ages when the same ground cracked and split beneath the relentless sun. It was a world balanced on the edge between fire and ice, between lush growth and parched silence. In that delicate balance, life learned to adapt, and humans learned to think. If we could stand on the African plains 2 million years ago, the air would feel different. The sky would seem larger, sharper, with clouds that built up quickly and vanished without warning. The sun would climb higher, the heat more intense. The scent of rain would come and go like a tease, never quite predictable. Sometimes the land was green and scattered with pools where antelope drank. Other times the grass withered, the rivers dried to dust, and the air shimmered with heat. These swings were not the passing seasons we know today, but enormous climatic shifts that spanned generations. They shaped not only the landscape, but the rhythm of every living thing upon it. The ice ages that defined the later part of Earth's recent history were not single moments of endless winter. They were cycles, long pulses of cold and warmth repeating over hundreds of thousands of years. Glaciers crept down from the poles, swallowing continents, then retreated again, leaving behind valleys and lakes. Each time the ice advanced, the climate across Africa shifted. Rainfall patterns changed, forests turned to grasslands, then forests again. Lakes expanded and vanished. Populations of animals moved with them, chasing water and vegetation. And behind them, following, watching, learning, came our ancestors. When the rains returned after long droughts, the transformation was instant. Seeds that had waited dormant for years burst into green. Herds of animals appeared almost overnight, drawn by the smell of wet earth. For early humans, these times meant abundance. Food was everywhere. Plants to gather, small animals to hunt, carcasses left by larger predators. But the rains were always temporary. When they ended, the world dried quickly. Waterholes shrank. Dust began to rise again. Those who learned to anticipate this cycle, to remember where the last pools would linger and which fruits would remain edible longest, survived. In this way, climate wasn't just background, it was a teacher. Every fluctuation taught patience, observation, and the value of memory. The Earth's orbit, its tilt, and even its subtle wobble all played a part in these changes. Small differences in how sunlight reached the planet triggered vast shifts in climate over time. These astronomical cycles, invisible to the beings living through them, set the pace for everything that followed. When the tilt of the Earth increased, seasons grew more extreme, hotter summers, colder winters. When the orbit stretched slightly, some regions received less sunlight, while others baked. These rhythms became the invisible metronome of evolution. The creatures that could adjust their lives to match these changing tempos endured, and among them, humanity found its foothold. For the early hominins scattered across Africa, climate change was not an abstract concept. It was immediate. It determined whether there would be water to drink, shade to rest under, food to find. When the environment turned harsh, groups had to move. Migration became a necessity. Over generations, this movement etched pathways across the continent, routes that later humans would follow again and again. Each journey carried new challenges. Different landscapes meant new predators, unfamiliar plants, and strange weather. But every move also brought new opportunities. Stones suitable for tools, fresh sources of water, and perhaps new alliances with other groups. These constant adjustments demanded more than instinct. They required planning, awareness, and cooperation. When drought set in, one mind alone could not find enough to survive. Groups had to work together to remember distant locations, to share food, to read the sky for signs of change. This cooperation, shaped by climate, became one of humanity's earliest strengths. The weather wasn't just something endured, it was something understood. Slowly, we began to predict, to adapt deliberately rather than reactively. The environment became both challenge and tutor, relentless and wise. During the cooler periods, Africa's mountains and highlands grew wetter, feeding long river systems that cut through the plains. These rivers became lifelines, drawing all living things toward them. Around their edges, trees and grasses grew thick, and the soil stayed moist even during dry seasons. The first stone tools we found, flakes and hand axes chipped from river pebbles, often appear in these areas. It's likely that early humans gathered there not only for resources, but because water offered stability. Where there was water, there was life, and where there was life, there was opportunity. Yet the same forces that gave life could also take it away. Volcanic eruptions darkened the sky, sometimes for years. Ash settled over the land, killing vegetation and cooling the air. Some researchers believe that one eruption around 74,000 years ago, Mount Toba in modern Indonesia, may have reduced the global temperature by several degrees, triggering droughts and bottlenecking human populations. The survivors were few but resilient. Those who endured such extremes likely carried forward traits that favored flexibility, curiosity, and social cohesion. Climate didn't just sculpt the Earth, it sculpted our character. The sound of rain in that era was more than weather. It was hope. The smell of wet soil meant relief. Every creature responded to it, emerging from hiding to drink, feed, and move. When the first drops fell after months of dryness, the air would thicken with life. Insects burst from the ground, frogs called from flooded hollows, birds circled overhead. For early humans, the change was profound. They followed the rains as animals did, learning the invisible geography of wet and dry. Over generations, this movement became memory passed through behavior rather than words. Long before maps or calendars, there was an inherited sense of when and where the earth would offer its gifts: fire and ice, rain and silence. These were not just elements of climate, but forces that shaped imagination. When lightning struck a dry tree and it burned through the night, the glow must have seemed both beautiful and terrifying. Heat in the midst of cold, light in the darkness, danger that could also protect. Fire was the most dramatic expression of the climate's dual nature. It destroyed but also renewed. After fires swept across grasslands, new shoots grew quickly, feeding herbivores and in turn predators. Humans watched these cycles and learned. They came to understand that destruction could lead to abundance, that endings were often beginnings in disguise. In contrast, silence was the signal of drought. When the air stilled, when birds fell quiet, when dust hung in the distance, silence became a warning. The absence of sound meant scarcity. In that silence, humans learned patience and endurance. They learned to wait, to conserve energy, to plan for what might come next. These lessons were not conscious at first. They were etched into instinct, the slow accumulation of experience over countless generations. Yet they would one day become the foundation for our ability to think ahead, to imagine futures, to prepare for them. The cold periods, though distant from the tropics where humans began, still influenced everything. The ice locked up water at the poles, lowering sea levels and exposing new land bridges between continents. These temporary passages allowed species to move, connecting ecosystems that had been separate. Even in Africa, the colder global climate meant drier conditions, changing rainfall patterns, and forcing populations southward or toward coasts. Every shift created isolation in some areas and contact in others. New species appeared, adapted to different niches. Diversity became both the result and the requirement of survival. Within these shifting climates, humans evolved in fits and starts. Periods of environmental stability allowed cultures and populations to flourish, only for sudden change to challenge them again. Genetic studies suggest that human numbers rose and fell dramatically across these millennia. We came close to extinction more than once. Each recovery left us slightly more adaptable, slightly more cooperative, slightly more capable of understanding the world's patterns. Climate was a relentless teacher, one that rewarded flexibility and punished certainty. If the dawn of humanity had a sound, it might have been the mix of rain and wind, of thunder rolling across open land, of distant ice cracking on mountain slopes. Those sounds carried through the generations, blending into the rhythm of survival. Even today, we feel something ancient in the sound of storms. Perhaps it's memory, not individual memory, but something older, deeper, the echo of lives lived in tune with forces larger than ourselves. Plants responded to the climate in their own ways. During wetter phases, tropical forests spread north and south from the equator, providing food and shelter. During dry times, the forests shrank and grasslands took over. Each shift redefined the ecosystem. When forests retreated, animals that relied on trees had to adapt or vanish. For humans, this meant opportunity. Open ground made it easier to move, to see danger coming, to explore. Standing upright became more useful than ever. Eyes on the horizon could spot both prey and safety. The landscape was not just a setting, it was a force that shaped anatomy and mind alike. The evidence of those changes lies buried in layers of mud, ash, and rock. In ancient lake beds, cores of sediment reveal alternating bands of dark and light, marking wet and dry periods. Fossilized pollen tells us which plants grew, which faded, and when. Bones of fish and mammals record shifts in diet and migration. From these clues, scientists can reconstruct the rhythm of ancient climate, and what emerges is not a single story, but a pattern of constant fluctuation. The climate of beginnings was not stable or gentle. It was a world of cycles, each demanding a different kind of response. In that constant change, life found its resilience. The alternation of abundance and scarcity also encouraged innovation. When food was plentiful, there was time to experiment, new tools, new hunting strategies, new ways of gathering. When resources grew scarce, those experiments became lifelines. Climate drove not just movement, but creativity. The ability to adapt behaviorally rather than physically became humanity's signature trait. Other species evolved thicker fur, longer legs, or specialized diets. We evolved imagination. When the world changed, we changed our minds. Rain carved the landscape into memory. Rivers widened, split, and left behind fertile valleys that would one day host farms and cities. Floods deposited nutrient-rich soil that fed vegetation for decades. Droughts stripped it bare again. The earth was constantly erasing and rewriting itself. Each generation inherited a slightly different version of the same land. The world our ancestors knew was both ancient and new every day. Even in silence, the earth spoke. Wind over dry ground, the whisper of sand, the crack of distant thunder. They were all part of a conversation that shaped perception. Humans learned to read these cues, to sense change before it arrived. That sensitivity, passed down through countless lifetimes, still exists. We may live in controlled climates now, but part of us remains tuned to the sky, to the pressure in the air, to the scent of approaching rain. The climate of beginnings is not just history. It's something we still carry inside us. Through all these vast changes, ice advancing, forests burning, rains returning, the thread of life held fast. The earliest humans, though fragile, were part of a world constantly remade by temperature and wind. Their survival depended on attention to the smallest details, the way clouds gathered, the angle of the sun, the colour of the horizon at dusk. Every decision was shaped by the mood of the earth. In that attention, in that listening, the first true awareness of nature was born. The climate that once challenged us is the same climate that still sustains us. Its rhythm has always been the quiet background of human existence, sometimes gentle, sometimes harsh, always patient. As the planet continued to shift, the landscape changed again, and with it came new possibilities. The ground grew fertile in some regions, barren in others. Rivers cut deeper, carrying minerals that would one day nurture civilization. The wind moved seeds across continents. The sky continued its long experiment in balance. And in that ever-changing world, humans kept learning. The next part of the story belongs to the land itself, to the places where the first true traces of our ancestors were left behind, pressed into the soft earth beside the tracks of animals long vanished. The landscapes where thought began to take form, where hands began to shape the world around them, and where the earth first started to remember us. If we could go back and walk the earth as it was when the first humans began to leave their marks, we would not recognize it at first. The air would smell different, sharper, touched by dust and living earth. The horizon would stretch wider than our eyes could take in, and the quiet would be deeper than any silence we know now. It wasn't empty, though. The world was full of motion. Wind over grass, animals grazing in herds, insects humming through reeds by slow rivers. It was a landscape not yet named, but already holding the story of us in its soil. The first footprints that would one day be called human were pressed into soft volcanic ash and hardened by time, becoming both memory and map. The region we now call East Africa was one of the cradles of those early steps. In what is today northern Tanzania lies a place known as Letoli, where ancient volcanic eruptions once covered the ground in fine ash. Rain turned that ash to a kind of clay, soft enough to take impressions. Then, as the weather cleared, a small group of early humans, perhaps a family, walked across it. Their feet left prints that we can still see, more than 3.5 million years later. Side by side, the tracks tell a quiet story. Two adults, one slightly smaller than the other, walking together. A third set of prints overlaps theirs for part of the path, maybe a child stepping where the adults had gone, placing each foot carefully into the safety of their marks. It is the earliest preserved trace of a moment we can imagine. Not just a fossil, but a fragment of life. The ground they walked on was still warm from the volcano that had covered it. The air smelled of minerals and wet earth. Trees and tall grasses stood in patches, and in the distance, the silhouettes of grazing animals moved across the horizon. There were no tools yet, no fire, no words. But there was purpose in the stride, a destination, a rhythm. When scientists first uncovered the prints, they saw not just the evidence of upright walking, but the faint echo of behavior, the careful placement of steps, the spacing that suggested familiarity, even companionship. For a brief moment, we can almost see them, not as specimens, but as people living in a world raw and alive. Those ancient plains were not the endless savannas of modern imagination. They were a patchwork of open grassland, woodland, and rivers edged with reeds. Some areas were lush after rainfall, others dry and cracked. Lakes swelled and shrank with the seasons, leaving behind salt flats and wetlands. To live there required constant movement. Our ancestors followed the shifting edge of abundance, moving between habitats as the land changed. In doing so, they created mental maps long before maps existed. The path from one tree to another, from one water source to the next, from one horizon to another, was the geography of memory itself. The first landscapes we truly claimed as our own were not conquered or cultivated. They were memorized. Early humans learned every rise, every bend in a river, every place where certain fruits ripened or animals gathered. These landmarks were more than coordinates. They were threads in the web of survival. Knowing the land meant knowing where life was possible. The mind that could remember roots, patterns, and changes was the one most likely to endure. Even today, when we look out at open land and instinctively note direction, light, and distance, that ancient awareness still hums quietly within us. The great Rift Valley stretched through this region like a deep scar, splitting the continent and exposing layers of the Earth's history. Volcanoes lined its edges, lakes filled its basins. From the highlands, the view must have been extraordinary. Endless plains, dotted with herds of antelope, elephants, and ancient relatives of modern cattle. Rivers cut silver lines through the grass. The wind carried scents from miles away, smoke, animals, flowering plants, and the distant hint of rain. It was a sensory landscape, one that demanded constant attention. Each shift in color or sound could mean opportunity or danger. In that world, predators were never far. Lions and leopards prowled the tall grass. Hyenas called in the night. Crocodiles waited near water. The first humans were small in number and vulnerable, but the same open terrain that exposed them to threat also offered advantage. They could see far. They could plan. They learned to move in groups, to stay alert, to share vigilance. Every tree became both shade and lookout. Every ridge offered a vantage point. To navigate that terrain was to think spatially, to hold the land not just in sight, but in mind. That ability to visualize the unseen, to imagine what lay beyond the next rise, was a turning point in evolution. Many fossils of early human ancestors have been found in these regions. Bones turned to stone, lying where ancient riverbeds once flowed. The famous skeleton of Lucy, discovered in Ethiopia, belonged to a species that walked upright but still climbed trees with ease. Her kind, Australopithecus afarensis, lived between 3 and 4 million years ago. They stood little more than a metre tall, with faces still ape-like, but bodies adapted for walking. They lived in groups, likely for protection and cooperation. Their world was the same as the one that left the footprints at Latoli, a land of mixed forest and open plain, where survival required flexibility. When we picture them moving through that land, it's easy to think in human terms: family, safety, familiarity. But their relationship with the landscape was more direct. They didn't walk through nature. They were within it completely. There was no boundary between human and environment. The land wasn't scenery. It was everything: food, shelter, danger, and comfort all at once. Each movement, each pause, each gaze across the horizon was part of a conversation with the world. Later, as climate continued to shift, new species appeared: Homo habilis, Homo erectus, with larger brains and more complex behavior. These early humans began to shape the land in subtle ways. They left stone tools behind in riverbeds and caves. The chipped edges of rock found near old lake shores tell of a growing intelligence, a willingness to experiment. The landscapes of early humanity began to bear small signs of intentional change, not yet agriculture or architecture, but evidence of mind interacting with matter. Each flake of stone removed from a larger piece was both a physical act and a mental one, a mark of decision-making. Imagine one of those early humans kneeling by a riverbank, choosing a stone, striking it with another, testing the edge. Around them, the land hums with sound, water moving, insects buzzing, the wind stirring the grass. The smell of mud and vegetation fills the air. The action is simple, but its meaning is profound. For the first time, the landscape is not just observed, but altered deliberately. That act, repeated countless times, changed not only how humans lived, but how they thought. The land that once shaped them was now being shaped in return, even if only by the smallest of gestures. Over time, the relationship deepened. Certain places became favoured: shaded rock overhangs, waterholes, natural shelters. These became recurring points in the cycles of movement. The memory of such places would have been passed silently through generations. The path from one safe place to another became tradition, embedded in instinct. The earth itself held these memories in its contours: eroded trails, worn stones, charred patches of ground. To later archaeologists, these traces would seem faint. To the people who made them, they were home. In some regions, especially near what are now Kenya and Ethiopia, early humans left behind not just footprints and tools, but campsites where they likely gathered to rest and share food. The remains of animal bones with cut marks tell of cooperation and learning. One person might have discovered how to split a bone for marrow. Another learned where to strike a rock for a sharper edge. Together, these fragments of knowledge built a pattern of innovation that spread across the land. The environment rewarded this behavior. Those who could read the land's signals, the direction of wind, the position of shade, the freshness of a trail, passed those skills to others. The landscape was both classroom and record keeper. Even the colours of that world carried meaning. Red soils rich in iron, pale sands where nothing grew, dark volcanic rock that retained heat, all told stories to those who knew how to see them. The colour of the earth beneath one's feet could warn of nearby water or signal a place where animals gathered. The connection between humans and soil was intimate. Walking barefoot, they would have felt subtle differences in texture and temperature. Every step was feedback. Every sound underfoot was information. As the millennia passed, the world's contours continued to shift. Lakes grew deeper, then vanished. Forests expanded, then burned. In these cycles, entire generations lived and died, and yet the landscapes endured as repositories of memory. Each return to a familiar place brought recognition. The same bend in a river, the same sheltering rock, the same path worn into the ground by countless feet. Memory and land became inseparable. The environment shaped the mind's architecture. To remember the past was to recall the shape of the land itself. The fossils we find today are not only bones, they are the physical echoes of lives lived in relationship with place, the ash beds, the sediment layers, the impressions of leaves and footprints. All of them speak of continuity. The land was never just a backdrop. It was a living archive, preserving the story of adaptation written by wind, water, and footsteps. Even the absence of something, an empty plain where a lake once was, became part of that record. For early humans, to live meant to read the changing text of the earth and to add their own words to it through movement and survival. If we think of the modern world as filled with borders, roads, and maps, the ancient world was the opposite, fluid, undefined, but deeply known. The first humans didn't need drawings or compasses. They navigated by experience, by the alignment of stars, by the memory of a tree's silhouette against the sunset. The mind that could hold those details was evolving not only for survival, but for something more abstract, awareness of place, of time, of belonging. The landscape was not only physical terrain, but the first canvas for imagination. When we look at the preserved tracks at Letoli or at the scattered camps along ancient lake shores, we are seeing fragments of the first dialogue between humanity and the planet. The footprints hardened into stone by chance, but they represent something larger, the beginning of history, not as written words, but as physical traces. Each indentation in the ground is a reminder that even then humans were explorers. They were not wandering aimlessly. They were learning, mapping, adapting. Every footprint is both a destination reached and a departure point. The earth at that time held many landscapes like these, not just in Africa, but eventually across Arabia, Asia, and beyond. Each offered its own lessons. Grasslands taught endurance, forests taught patience, rivers taught rhythm. The deserts, when they came, taught humility. Humans learned from all of them, absorbing the world's knowledge through experience rather than explanation. The landscapes of memory became landscapes of identity. Over time, these places changed beyond recognition. The volcanoes that laid the ash at Laetoli are long dormant. The lakes where the first tools were made have shifted or dried. Yet the memory of them persists in the record of the ground and in us. Our sense of orientation, our instinct to find patterns in terrain, our feeling of peace when looking at open land, all of it is inheritance. The first footprints may have hardened into stone, but their echo still moves through us whenever we walk, wherever we go. And as the earth continued its slow transformations, new creatures rose, old ones vanished, and the bond between humans and the land deepened. The landscapes that once tested survival began to shape imagination. The next part of the story belongs to those other inhabitants, the creatures that shared those early worlds, whose presence defined the dangers and wonders our ancestors faced. Together, they formed the living background of humanity's awakening, the companions and rivals of our earliest days. When our earliest ancestors looked out across the plains, they were not alone. The earth of that time was crowded with life in all directions, full of motion, sound, and presence. Every horizon carried shape and danger. Every silence meant something waiting. The creatures that shared the world with us were both teachers and threats, reminders that survival depended on attention, patience, and respect. To walk through that landscape was to live inside an ever-shifting web of life, where size or strength alone didn't guarantee safety. What kept humans alive was awareness, an ability to see, listen, and learn from the creatures beside them. The first humans lived among giants. Across Africa and beyond, the land moved under the weight of enormous animals. Elephants larger than those we know today roamed the grasslands in great herds, their tusks sweeping wide arcs as they fed on trees. There were towering relatives of modern giraffes, their necks longer still, reaching into the highest branches. Enormous buffalo, some nearly twice the size of modern cattle, thundered through the valleys. Even the birds were massive. The air belonged to vultures with wingspans that cast shadows across the ground, and flightless birds taller than a person stepped through the brush. Predators stalked this living abundance. Lions, but larger and heavier than those of today, hunted in open plains. Saber-toothed cats, their curved teeth gleaming in the light, waited in ambush near waterholes. Packs of hyenas worked together with a coordination that must have been unsettling to watch. Crocodiles lay motionless in rivers that seemed calm until they weren't. The land was never still for long. To exist in such a world required constant alertness. For early humans, every day was a negotiation between curiosity and caution, and yet danger alone didn't define life. These animals also provided opportunity. The herds they followed created paths that led to water. Their behavior marked the changing of seasons. When large predators made a kill, humans scavenged the remains, learning to cut meat with sharpened stones. Over time, they began to predict the movements of prey and predator alike. They learned when to approach and when to stay away. This growing understanding of animal patterns was more than survival strategy. It was the beginning of observation as knowledge, the root of science and empathy alike. At the edges of lakes and rivers, herds of hippos and antelope gathered, sharing space with early humans who came to drink or fish. There was a strange balance here, a mutual tolerance built from necessity. Animals learned the scent and sound of humans, and humans learned the temperaments of the animals. Some were indifferent, some defensive, some aggressive. In time, this familiarity became recognition. Early humans didn't yet tame or herd these creatures. but they began to understand them as individuals, as part of the same living pattern that they themselves belong to. The ancient elephants, for example, shaped not only the ecosystem, but the paths humans took. Their trails cut through dense brush and connected distant waterholes. Following these routes offered safety and direction. The footprints of a herd could lead to fresh grazing grounds or signal the end of a drought. To walk where elephants walked was to follow the rhythm of the land itself. Even today, in parts of Africa, some old migration paths of elephants align with the routes of ancient human travel, as if both species read the same invisible map. The predators, though feared, also played their role as silent instructors. To survive them required anticipation, the rustle of grass, the scent of something unseen, the way birds took flight suddenly. These became signals. Humans learned to interpret them, to turn raw instinct into conscious understanding. This awareness evolved into strategy. They used wind direction to mask scent, stayed downwind from where lions prowled, climbed trees when needed, or moved in groups to appear larger. Every predator encounter was a lesson, and those lessons shaped the structure of human cooperation. One can imagine the soundscape of that world. Deep calls of elephants, low growls in the distance, the sudden alarm cries of birds, the rhythm of hooves beating across the ground. Night brought another chorus. Insects, frogs, distant howls. For early humans, sound was survival. They listened for subtle differences, distinguishing between harmless rustles and approaching danger. The night was a living thing, filled with calls that spoke of hunger, fear, and life continuing unseen. In that darkness, humans huddled close, sharing warmth and watchfulness. Those nights taught what community meant long before language defined it. Not all creatures were threats. Some were silent companions in the story of adaptation. Birds often followed herds, feeding on insects stirred from the grass. Early humans may have watched them and learned to track animals by their movements. Small scavengers, jackals, foxes, and vultures indicated where kills had occurred. Even insects, in their swarming patterns, revealed the presence of water or decay. The entire ecosystem functioned like an unspoken language, and humans became fluent in it. Among the creatures of that era, there were also species closely related to humans, cousins, not yet extinct. Homo habilis, Homo erectus, and other early hominins shared parts of the same landscape, overlapping in time and place. They may have seen each other, even interacted, though we'll never know how. Some were smaller, some larger, some more specialized. These encounters must have been both familiar and unsettling. To meet another being that walked upright, used tools, and yet was not quite the same. The planet was not yet the domain of a single species. It was a shared experiment in intelligence. The relationship between humans and animals was not one of dominance, but of coexistence. They competed for food, sometimes benefited from each other's presence, and occasionally shared danger. The carcass of a large animal might draw both humans and predators. Humans waited, scavenging what they could once the danger passed. In turn, predators sometimes followed human activity, drawn by the scent of remains. The boundaries were fluid. Life was not divided into hunter and hunted in any permanent way. Roles changed with circumstance, with hunger, with luck. Over thousands of generations, humans began to understand animal behavior in astonishing detail. They recognized migration cycles, mating calls, and tracks left in the soil. They could tell how long ago an animal had passed by the freshness of its print, or whether a trail led to water or away from it. This observational ability, refined through necessity, became one of the defining features of human intelligence. The creatures beside them were mirrors and models, sources of food, of danger, and of inspiration. When the climate cooled, new species arrived. Mammoths and woolly rhinoceroses moved southward, grazing on tundra-like grasslands. Big cats adapted to cold pursued them. Humans followed the herds, learning to survive in colder regions. The skills honed in Africa, endurance, cooperation, tool-making, carried them into these new lands. Each new animal encountered brought new challenges and knowledge. The fur-covered giants that dominated Ice Age landscapes were both threat and resource. To hunt one required planning, to scavenge one demanded courage. Even after death, these creatures shaped human life. Their bones became shelters, their hides became warmth. Their presence, constant and immense, left an imprint on imagination. Long before domestication, long before herding or farming, there was understanding. Humans watched how animals moved, rested, fought, and cared for their young. They saw patterns in behavior that resembled their own: affection, defense, curiosity. This recognition fostered empathy, not as sentiment but as comprehension. To predict an animal's next action, one had to imagine its thoughts. That capacity to imagine what another being might feel or do was the seed of what would become compassion and reasoning. The creatures beside us helped us see beyond ourselves. It's easy to forget how intertwined these lives were. The bones of ancient humans and animals are often found together, not just because of hunting or scavenging, but because they died in the same places, shared the same fates. A sudden flood, a volcanic eruption, a drought. These events claimed everything without distinction. The fossil record preserves that equality. In the same layers of sediment, the remains of gazelles, elephants, and humans rest side by side. The earth remembers them as part of one story. There were moments of terror, of course. A lion's roar in the night, close and unfamiliar. The splash of something heavy in the river. The scream of prey. But alongside fear came fascination. Early humans must have watched animals not just as competitors, but as wonders. The strength of an elephant, the grace of a gazelle, the power of a cat. All these left impressions that would later find form in art, in myth, in reverence. Long before the first cave paintings, the shapes of animals lived in memory. Their presence filled the human imagination long before it filled walls with pigment. Some encounters were probably quiet and almost tender. A group resting in the shade might watch a troop of baboons foraging nearby, both species aware of the other but unconcerned. A child might follow a trail of ants carrying food, curiosity outweighing caution. The world was alive at every scale, and each observation deepened understanding. In that constant attention to other life, humans built a connection that would never entirely fade. Even now, our fascination with animals carries traces of that ancient bond, a mix of awe, respect, and recognition. The predators, too, shaped our social behavior. To survive them, humans learned to rely on one another. The watchful individual warned the group protected the young. The need to stay together against larger threats strengthened cooperation. Communication grew more complex. Gestures became signals, and shared attention became shared thought. The dangers of living among predators taught us language before words, the silent coordination of eyes and movement that still exists in us when we sense danger without speaking. The ecosystem of early humanity was balanced not by harmony, but by tension, a dynamic equilibrium in which every species influenced the others. Humans were part of that balance, not above it. Their survival didn't depend on conquest, but on understanding. They watched the patterns of birth and death, migration and return, and began to see cycles where others saw chaos. That recognition, quiet and profound, was the beginning of something like awareness of nature itself. Even as humans spread beyond Africa, the creatures beside them changed, but the relationship remained. In Asia, they met massive tigers and ancient species of elephants. In Europe, they faced bears the size of small houses. In the islands of the Pacific, they encountered birds that could not fly but stood taller than a person. Each encounter forced adaptation. The variety of animals across continents taught humans versatility. No single environment could hold them for long because they had learned from the living world how to move, adjust, and survive. Over time, humans began to alter the balance more deliberately. They burned small areas to drive game, learned which plants attracted grazing herds, and used sound to mimic calls. These small manipulations marked the earliest steps toward control, but they were still rooted in observation rather than dominance. The creatures beside us continued to shape our existence far more than we shaped theirs. They were companions in the evolution of mind, participants in the slow awakening of thought. To walk through that ancient world would have been to move through constant life. Every step stirred insects from the grass. Every shadow hinted at motion. The air vibrated with the noise of existence. In such a place, solitude was rare. Even when alone, one was never truly isolated. The earth itself seemed aware, animated by the pulse of everything living upon it. Humans grew in that environment, not separate from it, but as one thread in its weave. As generations passed, the creatures that had once filled the world began to disappear. Some fell to climate change, others to human ingenuity. The balance shifted gradually, almost imperceptibly at first. The great predators retreated, the herds moved, and the human presence grew stronger. But before all of that, there was a long age of coexistence, an equilibrium held together by mutual adaptation. It was during that time that humanity learned not only how to survive among other species, but how to think in relation to them. Those early lessons still echo in us. Our fascination with animals, our stories filled with them, our symbols and language, all reach back to that shared world. The creatures beside us shaped the rhythms of our days and the structure of our thoughts. They were our rivals, our teachers, and in some ways, our first mirrors. In their movements, we saw the reflection of our own instincts. In their silence, we sensed our own vulnerability. And though the world has changed beyond recognition, some part of that old awareness remains. The way we turn our heads at a sudden sound, the way we watch the sky for wings, the way we still feel small before the vastness of wildness, all of it is memory, carried quietly through time. And as the creatures of the world continue to move through their endless cycles of life and death, humans discovered something that changed everything. They found a way to hold light, to keep the night at bay, to turn danger into comfort. The story of the first fires begins where the long darkness of fear meets the sudden brightness of discovery, when the creatures beside us became shadows cast against flame. There was a time when night was absolute, when the setting of the sun marked the end of every task, and the world became something vast, unknowable, and full of hidden sound. For millions of years, darkness ruled half the day. It was not the soft darkness we know now, broken by streetlights, windows, and screens. It was total. It was thick enough to change the way sound moved, thick enough to change the way the heart beat. To live through such nights was to live by trust. trust in others, trust in memory, trust in the small, shared warmth of a body beside you. For the first humans, every sunset was both an ending and a test. But one night, somewhere in that long span of waiting and fear, something new happened. A tree struck by lightning, a spark from colliding stones, a brief moment when darkness opened its hand, and inside was fire. The first fire humans ever saw was not theirs to keep. It belonged to the earth itself, the result of heat, friction, and accident. A storm passing over dry plains might have left behind burning grass. A volcano might have spilled molten rock that glowed in the night. For most creatures, that light was danger, a signal to flee. But something in the minds of early humans was different. They watched. They stayed near, not too close, but close enough to see the way light moved across the land. Close enough to feel warmth reach their skin. That warmth must have been a revelation. Heat without sun, light without dawn, power that could both kill and comfort. At first, they could only watch from a distance. Fire consumed everything it touched, devouring grass and trees, filling the air with the scent of ash and the sound of crackling. The heat shimmered. The animals fled, their silhouettes vanishing into the horizon. When the flames finally died, smoke rose for days. The ground was black and strange. But after the destruction, new shoots appeared quickly. The land renewed itself. For humans, this must have been a pattern worth remembering. Fire was not just an end, it was a transformation, something terrible that made way for something alive. The earliest humans didn't know how to make fire, but they learned to use what nature gave them. When lightning struck and left behind burning branches, they approached carefully. They learned how long a branch could burn before dying, how to carry an ember from one place to another, how to protect it from wind and rain. It was a fragile skill at first, one that required attention and courage. Fire was unpredictable. It could protect them from predators one moment and destroy their shelter the next. But once they learned to control it, even in the smallest way, life changed completely. The first night spent around a controlled fire was unlike any before it. For the first time, humans could decide when the day ended. The circle of light around the flames became a boundary. Within it, safety and warmth. Beyond it, the unknown. Shadows flickered against rock and skin. The air carried the scent of smoke and cooked meat. Eyes reflected the orange glow. The cold no longer bit as sharply. The insects and predators stayed away. The night, once endless and dangerous, became something almost calm. No one knows exactly when humans first learned to keep fire alive, but evidence suggests it happened more than 1 million years ago. Sites in Africa, Israel, and China have revealed ancient hearths, blackened stones, layers of ash, and burned bones. Signs that fire was used deliberately, not by accident. These were small fires, simple and functional, but their meaning was immense. They allowed food to be cooked, which made it easier to digest and safer to eat. They provided heat in cold places, light in darkness, and a place for community to form. Around fire, conversation, even if wordless, could happen. Around fire, imagination had time to grow. Cooking transformed not just food, but biology. Cooked meat and plants required less chewing and digestion, freeing energy for the growing brain. That change, slow and invisible across generations, gave humans a new advantage. With more energy available, the brain expanded, and with it came more complex thought, memory, and planning. Fire quite literally fueled intelligence. It also changed social life. A shared fire meant shared responsibility. Someone had to tend it, feed it, protect it. These roles built cooperation and trust. The hearth became the center of early human life, a physical heart around which everything else revolved. At night, when the wind moved through the grass and distant roars echoed across the plains, fire provided a sense of control that nothing else could. The flickering light pushed back the dark just far enough to feel secure, but not far enough to erase mystery. The shadows beyond the flames were alive with suggestion. Shapes moved, sounds drifted. The mind filled in what it could not see. Fire, in that way, shaped imagination as much as it shaped safety. The way it danced, the way it changed colour, the way it consumed and transformed. It held the first lessons of impermanence and beauty. Even the ashes of fire had use. They kept insects away, preserved food, and fertilized soil. Burned sticks became charcoal, which could be used to mark stone or skin. Those first marks, made idly perhaps, in boredom or thought, were the beginnings of expression. Fire didn't just keep people alive, it gave them the tools to think beyond survival. Around its glow, time stretched differently. There was no need to move constantly once darkness fell. Sitting still became possible. Reflection became part of life. The mind, no longer occupied with immediate danger, began to wander inward. The sounds of the night changed too. The crackling of wood replaced the endless rustle of unseen movement. The fire hummed and popped, its rhythm hypnotic. Humans learned to listen to that sound, to watch how flames rose and fell with the breeze. They learned how different woods burned differently, some slow and steady, some fast and bright. Fire turned attention into knowledge, and knowledge into culture. The firekeeper was not just a practical role, but a symbolic one. Whoever tended the flame held responsibility for the group's safety, comfort, and continuity. In caves and open shelters across Africa and Eurasia, blackened ceilings still hold traces of that early mastery. The smoke left residue on stone that has lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. In those same places, archaeologists find the first evidence of routine, layers of ash built up over time, suggesting that fire was maintained day after day. To keep fire meant to plan for the future. Wood had to be gathered. Embers had to be shielded from rain. Someone had to wake in the night to check the flames. Fire demanded foresight. It rewarded care. It created a rhythm of responsibility that mirrored the slow, steady pulse of community itself. Predators learned to stay away from firelight. The glow became a signal of something dangerous, something new. For the first time, humans were no longer purely hunted. They could define a territory, however small, and defend it not with claws or speed, but with knowledge. The light became a boundary of safety and belonging. Within its circle, conversation and connection deepened. People shared food, warmth, and presence. Outside that circle, the wild continued, vast and indifferent. The contrast between those two worlds, the lighted and the dark, shaped the human sense of space and meaning. Over time, fire became more than a tool. It became a symbol. The control of flame represented mastery over nature, but also dependence on it. Fire could not exist without fuel, without oxygen, without careful balance. Too much neglect and it died. Too much greed and it consumed everything. It taught equilibrium, though no one would have named it that. The lesson was felt rather than spoken. The awareness that power came with responsibility. The same hands that could create warmth could also cause destruction. Fire was the first mirror in which humanity saw both its potential and its limits. The glow of fire changed how humans saw each other. In its flickering light, faces became stories. Expression could be read and shared. Gestures became clearer. The group sitting together saw not only one another but themselves reflected in the eyes of others. This awareness, this seeing and being seen, deepened empathy. Around the fire, cooperation became more than strategy, it became connection. The warmth was not only physical, it was emotional, communal. Fire gathered people in a way no other element could. The discovery of how to make fire, rather than just keep it, came much later. But once it did, the change was irreversible. The ability to spark flame on demand transformed humanity's relationship with the world. Fire could now be brought wherever needed, into forests, across plains, into cold mountains. It allowed migration into new climates. It extended the range of life beyond the limits of daylight and warmth. Humans could now adapt not only to the environment, but could, in a small way, reshape it. Fire was the first tool that transformed not only material, but circumstance. It also changed how humans interacted with food and the world around them. The smell of cooked meat or roasted tubers spread far, attracting others. The act of cooking turned meals into events. Eating together became ritual. Shared flame meant shared sustenance. The patterns of human gathering that would one day become social structures, traditions, and ceremonies all began in those circles of light. Fire turned survival into something that could be shared, and in doing so, it created the first sense of culture. The sight of flames rising against a dark sky must have carried meaning far beyond utility. It was movement without life, light without sun, warmth without touch. The mind watching it might have wondered where it came from, what it was, why it behaved as it did. Those thoughts, small, unformed, but present, were the beginnings of curiosity about the unseen. Fire suggested that the world held forces beyond immediate comprehension. It hinted at mystery, at something both tangible and beyond control. That curiosity would one day lead to story, to myth, to science. But here, at the beginning, it was simply wonder. In some regions, humans learned to use fire deliberately on the landscape. They burned grass to flush out animals or to encourage new growth. The blackened fields that followed turned green again quickly, drawing grazers and, in turn, predators. Fire became part of the natural cycle, guided by human hand. These small interventions began to shape ecosystems, changing the distribution of plants and animals. Humanity's role in the balance of life grew more visible. The line between adaptation and influence began to blur. As night after night passed, fire became the constant companion. The last sound before sleep was often the quiet crackle of embers, the faint drift of smoke rising into a starlit sky. The smell of it lingered on skin and hair, a mark of belonging. Firelight flickered against stone walls, casting moving shadows that might have inspired the first imagination of spirits or memory. The play of light and shadow could make still forms seem alive, an illusion that perhaps stirred early ideas about presence and absence, about what was seen and unseen. The emotional bond with fire deepened across generations. Children grew up watching adults tend it, learning how to feed it properly, how to coax it back to life from dying coals. The knowledge of firekeeping passed from one to another like inheritance. Losing fire was a disaster. Preserving it was a point of pride. Entire journeys were made carrying embers wrapped in leaves or bark, glowing softly through the night. The continuity of flame was symbolic of survival itself. As long as it burned, life went on. Archaeological sites show that the spread of fire use coincided with the spread of humans into colder regions. It became both protection and adaptation. In caves where temperatures dropped below freezing, Fires left layers of soot that still cling to ceilings thousands of years later. In those dark interiors, firelight reflected off walls, revealing hands, tools, and the slow rhythm of daily life. The cave, once a shelter from predators, became something more, a home. With fire, darkness no longer meant fear, it meant rest. The light of fire reached farther than anyone could have guessed. It changed the hours, the habits, even the brain's response to time. Night was no longer simply the absence of day. It became a new kind of space for thinking, telling, and being. Around those first fires, humanity discovered not just warmth and light, but time itself. Unstructured, reflective, creative time. Fire allowed us to stay awake in the dark, and in that wakefulness, we began to dream in new ways. When dawn finally came after those long nights, the world looked different. The horizon seemed softer, the air warmer, the earth still holding the scent of smoke. The ashes scattered by wind became part of the soil, feeding plants that would one day grow again. The cycle of destruction and renewal continued, but now humans were part of it consciously. The discovery of fire had changed the rhythm of existence. The planet still moved according to its own ancient patterns, but for the first time, something small within it held its own light. And in that new light, the story of humanity deepened. The hands that kept fire would soon shape stone in new ways. The eyes that watched flames would soon recognize patterns in stars, and the voices that murmured beside the glow would one day become language. Fire had opened more than warmth. It had opened the mind. The darkness would never again be complete, and in its gentle retreat, humanity's awareness would begin to turn inward, finding not only survival, but meaning. Fire had given warmth, light, and time, but it was stone that gave memory its shape. The earth had always been covered in stone, silent and unchanging, a background presence beneath everything living. To most creatures it was just terrain, something to walk over or hide behind. To humans, it began to whisper possibilities, a shape that fit the hand, an edge that could cut, a sound when struck. The first tools were not inventions in the modern sense, they were discoveries, moments when observation met intention, when something ordinary revealed its hidden purpose. In the beginning, stone was just stone. Then, one day, it became thought made visible. Imagine an early human crouching by a riverbank, surrounded by the low hum of insects, the rush of water over smooth rock. In their hands are two stones, one heavier, one lighter. The heavier one fits into the palm, cool and solid. The lighter one rests against it. A single strike sends off a sharp chip. The sound echoes slightly. The edge of the broken piece catches the light. It's thin, sharp, unlike the rounded surfaces around it. Another strike, then another. The rhythm begins to make sense. Soon, the rough stone becomes a tool, not beautiful yet, but functional. The person testing it touches the edge, feels its sharpness, tries it on a branch or a piece of bark. It works. Something in the mind clicks quietly into place. The connection between idea and result, between the motion of a hand and the transformation of the world, has been made. These moments repeated across countless generations until stone shaping became part of human life. The earliest tools were simple flakes, sharp edges used to cut meat, skin animals, or shape wood. Later tools grew more deliberate, hand axes, scrapers, points. Each required knowledge of material, pressure, and angle. Every strike had to be precise. The work demanded patience and focus, and in return it offered power. With tools, humans could process food more efficiently, build shelters, defend themselves. The world opened a little wider with every chip of rock that fell away. The places where these tools were made became early forms of workshop, not in the sense of design or production, but in the quiet rhythm of repetition. Stones gathered near rivers, fires burning nearby, hands working under the light. The sound of striking stone became part of the music of daily life. It was steady, measured, meditative. The making of tools was a conversation between mind and material. It required planning, to imagine the shape before it existed, to know when to stop, to anticipate what would happen next. That kind of thought was new to the world. Over time, the variety of tools expanded. Stones became spear tips, cutting blades, and grinding surfaces. Bones were shaped into needles, wood into handles. Every new form extended what humans could do. The earth provided material, and the mind provided intention. That partnership between thought and matter became the foundation of all future creation. Each generation learned from the one before it, imitating, refining, improving. Skills were shared by example, not by language at first, but by watching and doing. The making of tools was also the making of culture. Archaeologists have found sites where hundreds of stone flakes lie scattered in layers, evidence of long periods of work. Some places were returned to again and again, favoured for the quality of their rock. To see them now is to imagine a kind of workshop beneath the open sky. A group of people sitting together, each absorbed in their task, the sound of tapping filling the air. Around them, children watch and learn. Some try their own hands at the work, mimicking the adults, breaking stones clumsily until one finally strikes the right angle. The skill is not just learned, it's inherited through rhythm and repetition. The making of tools also changed the brain. The coordination between eye and hand, the precision of movement, the anticipation of cause and effect, all of it required neural complexity. The mind that shaped stone was also shaping itself. Each successful tool reinforced a sense of purpose. Each mistake taught a lesson. Over time, this recursive relationship between thought and action strengthened intelligence. Stone became both teacher and student, but stone had other uses too, quieter and more mysterious. The same surfaces that were shaped into blades could also be marked. Scratches, lines, and grooves appear on rocks from hundreds of thousands of years ago, serving no clear practical purpose. Some may have been practice marks, accidental at first, but others show patterns, deliberate repetition, symmetry, rhythm. They might have represented counts, memories, or simply the pleasure of making order in chaos. In those marks, thought began to turn inward. The world was no longer just a place to survive in, it was something to think about. The connection between tools and art is closer than it seems. Both begin with transformation. Both require imagination. The first artist was also a tool maker, and the first tool maker was an artist without knowing it. The same mind that saw potential in a piece of rock could see meaning in a pattern of lines or a shape in the dirt. The idea that the world could be changed, that matter could respond to intention, was the same in both. The moment humanity learned to create was the moment the world became a canvas. Evidence of pigment use goes back far before the famous cave paintings. Red ochre, a natural iron oxide, appears in archaeological sites more than 200,000 years old. It might have been used for decoration, for marking bodies or tools, or for symbolic purposes we can't fully understand. To grind ochre into powder, to mix it with fat or water, to apply it to skin or stone. These acts show a level of abstraction beyond survival. Color had entered consciousness. The first humans who painted themselves or their surroundings were expressing something inward. Whether it was identity, ritual, or beauty doesn't matter as much as the fact that it was expression at all. Stone tools also created time in a new way. They allowed planning for the future, to make something not for immediate use, but for later. That small delay between creation and application required foresight. The act of carrying a tool, of keeping it for future need, was a kind of early imagination. It meant believing in a future moment that didn't yet exist. This ability to project forward, to connect now with later, was one of the most profound steps in the evolution of thought. The making of tools led to more than survival. It led to storytelling. Each tool carried memory of who made it, how it was made, where it was found. As people gathered around fires, these memories were shared, repeated, and eventually turned into lessons. The stories might not have had words, but they had meaning. This is how culture began to accumulate. One tool, one story, one generation at a time. The voices of stone were not only in their sound when struck, but in the knowledge they preserved. The connection between stone and mind also appears in how humans chose where to live. They sought places with good rock, near water, with access to resources. These choices show planning, understanding of geography, and community. The environment itself became a partner in thought. The same hands that shaped stone began to shape space, arranging camps, organizing tasks, creating order in what had once been wild. The landscape began to mirror the human mind, structured and purposeful. As time passed, the craftsmanship of stone evolved into subtlety. The Acheulean hand axes, for example, found across Africa, Asia, and Europe, show remarkable symmetry and design. Some are so precise that their makers must have envisioned the final shape before they began. The process was not random. It was guided by an internal blueprint, a mental image held steady through many strikes. That kind of abstract visualization was a hallmark of advanced cognition. These tools were not just objects, they were expressions of thought. Firelight flickering over piles of worked stone must have created an atmosphere unlike any before it. The glow caught on sharp edges, making them gleam. Each finished tool carried a sense of satisfaction. In that space of creation, time likely passed unnoticed. The rhythm of work, the sound of striking, the focus on detail, all would have quieted the mind. The repetitive nature of shaping stone may have brought the first kind of calm reflection, a meditative state long before words for it existed. The earliest evidence of artistic creation beyond utility appears much later, but it's part of the same continuum. Carved shells with deliberate patterns, etched bones, stones arranged by intention. Each small act pointed toward a growing awareness of beauty. Humans began to find meaning not only in what something could do, but in how it looked or felt. The symmetry of a tool, the curve of a shape, the smoothness of a surface. These qualities mattered. They were pleasing. The mind had started to notice aesthetics. That awareness is one of the most defining aspects of our species. Stone also became the first archive. Long after flesh and wood decayed, stone remained. The hands that struck those edges were gone, but their intentions persisted. Even now, when archaeologists hold a stone tool, they are holding thought preserved in matter, an idea solidified in form. No other creature had ever done that. The world itself began to hold memory. The earth, through stone, became a record of mind. The partnership between stone and human continued for hundreds of thousands of years. It was not replaced quickly or easily. Every advance in technology built on what stone had taught: patience, precision, and persistence. Even when metals came much later, the lessons remained the same. The process of imagining something that did not yet exist, then bringing it into being with hands and effort, was the foundation of all invention. In those early ages, the distinction between art and tool didn't exist. A finely made hand axe might have been both practical and symbolic. Its maker may have admired its balance, its symmetry, its feel. It may have represented not just function, but identity, a sign of skill, of belonging. To create something well was to know oneself in relation to the world. In that way, craftsmanship became one of humanity's first languages. As the millennia unfolded, the voices of stone grew louder. The marks humans left on the world multiplied, not just in tools, but in shelters, carvings, and eventually paintings. But even at the beginning, before any of those later achievements, the essence was the same. The ability to transform material through thought was the quiet revolution that set humanity apart. At some point, those same hands that shaped stone began to lift their eyes to the sky, to notice patterns not only in rock, but in stars. The ability to see shape and rhythm in the natural world was born from the same awareness that made tools. The world was no longer a series of random events. It had structure, meaning, and possibility. The mind that shaped stone was the same mind that would one day map constellations, imagine gods, and study atoms. The first strike of rock against rock was the first note in a symphony of thought that would never end. Even now, when we hold a stone, there is something ancient in the gesture, the weight, the coolness, the texture under the skin. It connects us back to those first hands that reached down and wondered what might happen if they tried. The voices of stone are still there, quiet but persistent, reminding us that everything we build, everything we imagine, began with the simple act of noticing. And as those early makers sat beside their fires, surrounded by the tools they had created, another awareness began to grow, one that lifted the gaze beyond the ground entirely. The same light that reflected off the sharp edge of stone glimmered in the night sky, countless points above them, silent and constant. The next stage of thought would not come from what they held in their hands, but from what they saw above their heads. The world was changing again, and the human mind was ready to follow the stars. The night sky above the first humans was the same one we see now, and yet completely different in what it meant. There were no cities to dim it, no artificial light to divide day from night, no hum of machinery to fill the silence. When the sun disappeared, the world turned black, and then, slowly, the stars emerged. One by one, they filled the vastness until the heavens looked alive. For the first humans, the stars were not distant points of gas or spheres of fusion. They were something closer and more personal, silent companions, endless and unblinking, whose patterns were as constant as the seasons and as mysterious as the mind itself. To sit beside a dying fire and look up at that sky must have been overwhelming. The Milky Way would have stretched across the darkness like a river of light, dense and bright enough to cast shadows. Shooting stars appeared often, brief trails of brilliance that vanished as quickly as thought. The moon, closer then than it is today, glowed larger, its light silvering the land. The rotation of the earth made the stars drift slowly overhead, a motion so regular that even without clocks, people could feel the rhythm of time. The night was no longer empty darkness. It was a map, a calendar, and a mystery all at once. Long before writing or myth, the first humans must have noticed how the sky changed. They would have seen that the stars shifted slightly with the seasons, that the same patterns returned at the same times each year. The moon waxed and waned in a rhythm that echoed tides and fertility and the timing of migrations. The sunrise and sunset moved along the horizon, marking the passage of months. These patterns were not just beautiful, they were practical. The sky became a guide. It told when to move, when to hunt, when to gather. Before compasses or calendars, the stars were humanity's first teachers of repetition and return. But the sky was more than instruction. It was emotion. To look up at something so vast and unreachable stirred feelings that had no names yet. Awe, curiosity, wonder, fear. The stars invited imagination. What were they? Holes in a great canopy? Fires belonging to something above? Eyes watching from afar? There was no right answer, but the questions mattered. They represented the first steps toward abstract thought, the recognition that some mysteries could not be touched or solved, only contemplated. The same eyes that studied the stars also studied the land, the water, the faces of others. But the sky was different because it never changed in response to human action. It could not be hunted or shaped or altered. It was pure observation, untouched by consequence. To gaze at it was to encounter permanence in a world that was otherwise in constant motion. Everything on Earth shifted: rivers, animals, seasons, lives. But the stars remained. That permanence became a kind of reassurance. It told early humans that even in chaos, something endured. Firelight flickering below must have looked small against that immensity. The orange glow of campfires and the cold white light of stars existed side by side. The two kinds of illumination humanity has always known. One born of Earth, one of the universe. Around the fire, people could change their world. Above it, they could only watch. That contrast shaped the human sense of scale. It placed us somewhere between the ground and the infinite, creatures of both soil and sky. The patterns in the stars, though meaningless at first, gradually became familiar. Certain clusters rose just before the rains came, others at the start of dry seasons. Over generations, these patterns became signals, memories encoded in the sky. Knowledge passed not through words, but through recognition. The understanding that when one star rose in the east, certain fruits would ripen, or animals would migrate. The heavens became a kind of story written in light, read by those who looked carefully. Even without the concept of gods or myths, there must have been feelings of connection to the sky. A child born under the full moon, a death that occurred when a certain star was visible. These coincidences would have felt significant. Humans have always sought meaning in repetition. The sky offered it freely. Every night was a return to something both familiar and mysterious. The constellations were not yet drawn, but the potential for them was already there in the human need to connect dots, to find order in randomness. That impulse to make sense of chaos by giving it shape began with the stars. The motion of the heavens also shaped sleep and time. Without artificial light, the human body followed the rhythm of darkness and dawn. People likely slept in cycles, waking briefly at night to tend fires or watch for danger. During those waking moments, the sky was the only entertainment. The slow arc of stars across the horizon was a living clock. Certain bright stars rose at predictable times, allowing travelers to orient themselves even without landmarks. The earliest journeys across open land or desert would have been guided by familiarity with the night sky. It was both compass and comfort. As groups spread into new regions, they encountered new skies. The constellations shifted slightly with latitude, the familiar patterns dipping below the horizon or replaced by new ones. Each migration brought discovery, not just of new land, but of new heavens. The act of mapping the sky, even if only mentally, became part of the human story. The stars were the one element that connected all people, no matter where they went. Every campfire, every shelter, every journey happened under the same vast canopy. The relationship between humans and the night sky deepened as memory lengthened. Generations began to notice long cycles, bright visitors like comets, rare alignments of planets, eclipses that darkened the day. These events must have been awe-inspiring and terrifying. To see the moon vanish or the sun swallowed by shadow would have felt like the world itself trembling. Such experiences carved themselves into memory, passed down through story long before writing existed. The first myths likely began this way, as explanations for the sky's unpredictable moods. The ability to imagine causes for celestial events was an early form of reasoning. It showed that humans were not content simply to observe, they needed understanding. The sky provoked thought beyond immediate survival. It inspired speculation. Perhaps the stars were fires like the ones they tended, but higher. Perhaps the moon was a reflection of the sun, or a being that changed shape. Each guess was a step toward abstraction, toward the idea that unseen forces shaped visible things. The stars became not only lights, but symbols. The moon, especially, would have held deep significance. Its changing face marked time in ways everyone could see. The waxing moon meant more light at night, more time to move or hunt or work. The waning moon meant deeper darkness. Its cycle mirrored the cycles of life: birth, growth, decay, renewal. Many ancient societies would later tie the moon to fertility and rebirth. But that connection began much earlier, when humans first noticed how its rhythm matched their own. The stars also shaped orientation and movement. Early humans may have recognized that certain stars always stayed in the same part of the sky while others moved. The North Star, almost fixed in place, would have become a point of stability. The arc of stars around it marked direction. Over time, this understanding became essential for migration. To travel at night, when the air was cooler and predators less active, required trust in the heavens. The path of stars became a silent road. The emotional relationship to the sky ran even deeper. The quiet of night, the distance of stars, the feeling of insignificance beneath them. These experiences shaped human introspection. When people sat awake by their fires, looking upward, they were also looking inward. The sky provided the first mirror for consciousness. To wonder about what lay beyond was to wonder about one's own place in it. The stars were both outside and inside the mind, external lights that illuminated internal questions. The constancy of the stars also created the first sense of continuity across generations. The same patterns seen by parents were seen by children, and by their children in turn. The stars became a link between past and future, proof that even as life changed and generations passed, something remained the same. This realization gave shape to memory and legacy. To point at a star and say, "That one was there when my ancestors walked this land," was to connect personal life to cosmic time. It was the first human understanding of eternity. In the absence of written language, the sky served as both clock and archive. Events were marked not by dates, but by celestial cues: the rising of a certain constellation, the position of the moon. The passing of time was not linear, but cyclical, tied to the return of familiar lights. This cyclical sense of time would later influence human thought in countless ways, shaping myth, ritual, and eventually science. But it began with the simple observation that the sky came back. Every night was a repetition, and in that repetition, humans found comfort and order. The fire below and the stars above created two worlds that mirrored each other, one intimate, one infinite. The fire could be tended, changed, and controlled. The stars could only be watched. Between the two, humanity learned both mastery and humility. The duality of control and acceptance became part of consciousness itself. To know that some things could be changed and others could not was the first step toward understanding balance. The early humans who migrated out of Africa carried their knowledge of the sky with them. In new lands, they found new constellations, new horizons, new relationships to light and shadow. The northern lights, the long polar nights, the strange arcs of stars near the poles, all added to the growing catalogue of experience. Everywhere they went, the stars remained their constant reference point. The heavens united the species even as geography divided them. The sky was the one thing that could not be possessed or lost. It belonged to everyone equally. As language slowly began to form, the sky gave it some of its first metaphors. The sun and moon became symbols of day and night, of life and death, of order and change. The act of naming stars, even informally, marked the beginning of storytelling. A bright star might be called after an animal, a person, a spirit. Over time, these associations became narratives, ways to remember the sky and the lessons it carried. The constellations we know today are echoes of those first stories, built from the same impulse to connect and explain. The sky also influenced emotion in subtler ways. Its vastness instilled humility, its beauty invited reflection, and its consistency encouraged hope. No matter how harsh life was on the ground, the stars remained untouched. They offered perspective. A hunter who failed to catch prey, a mother who lost a child, a wanderer far from home, all could look up and see something unchanged, something that promised continuity. The stars were the first reassurance that existence was larger than immediate suffering. The understanding of cycles, day into night, season into season, birth into death, all found their rhythm in the heavens. The stars were the first framework for meaning, the silent structure upon which thought could build, the ability to imagine pattern in chaos, to find connection across distance, and to derive comfort from the unreachable. These are the traits that made humanity human. And they began under the sky. Even now, when we look up at the night, we are doing what the first humans did. The same constellations still drift overhead, though the stories we attach to them have changed. The same moon still rises and falls, marking the same rhythm of light and darkness. The same quiet that surrounded those ancient fires still exists if we listen for it. In every era, in every language, under every roof, the sky has remained the one universal constant. It is the oldest memory the species shares. And as those early people watched the heavens, something began to change in their movements on the ground. The stars not only told them when to travel, but where to go. Curiosity, once confined to the immediate surroundings, began to stretch beyond familiar valleys and rivers. The world grew larger in their minds. The stars pointed toward horizons yet unseen, and humanity began to follow. When the first humans began to move beyond the lands they knew, it was not out of restlessness, but necessity. The world around them was always changing, rivers shifting, forests receding, rains failing, new grass growing where old lakes had dried. To survive meant to follow those changes, to go where life still thrived. Migration wasn't a single event, not a grand decision made one day and carried out the next. It was a slow unfolding, generation by generation. Footsteps added to the footsteps of others until the trails became invisible roads across the earth. Every movement was an answer to the seasons, to the rhythm of the world itself. The earliest migrations likely began as short distances between valleys or water sources. Groups followed herds of animals or the greening of plants after rain. As droughts stretched longer, they wandered farther. Some regions grew barren, while others flourished for a time. In this way, over thousands of years, humanity began to spread. Each new landscape brought new challenges: unfamiliar climates, strange animals, different light, different air. Yet every step outward carried the same quiet logic: to find balance between hunger and abundance, danger and safety. The earth was vast, and it invited movement. Africa was the first stage of this long journey. The Rift Valley, with its chain of lakes and fertile plains, provided both resources and pathways. From there, rivers led outward, north toward the Nile, east toward the coasts, and eventually to the corridors that opened into the Arabian Peninsula. Fossil and genetic evidence suggest that small groups of early humans left Africa around 2 million years ago, some long before our own species existed, others later, closer to the humans we recognize today. Each wave followed a familiar pattern: explore, adapt, move again. The planet's geography and climate shaped the routes, guiding travelers along rivers, coastlines, and valleys where water and food were reliable. Those first journeys would have felt endless. To walk across plains for days with no sense of what lay ahead required not courage as we think of it now, but persistence. The same endurance that evolved for hunting and foraging became the force behind exploration. The body could move far, but it was the mind that made sense of the motion. The knowledge of paths, landmarks, and directions grew with every step. The world, once limited to the horizon, expanded until it had no clear edge. Migration was not an escape from home. It was the discovery that home could move with you. Seasonal cycles guided every choice. Rainfall patterns determined the timing of movement. When the rains came, rivers overflowed and vegetation spread, drawing animals to feed. When the dry season returned, water vanished and the herds moved on. Humans followed the rhythm like a pulse, returning to familiar places at predictable times. Over generations, this seasonal wandering became tradition. The same families might have revisited the same valleys for centuries, leaving traces of hearths, tools, and bones, the fossilized memory of repetition. Migration was not chaos, it was ritual. The earth dictated the tempo, and humanity followed its beat. Eventually, some groups reached the edge of the African continent. There, the sea stretched out before them, vast, glittering, and unlike anything they had known. For a long time, the ocean must have seemed like the end of the world, an impassable boundary. But the tides offered food, and the horizon hinted at possibility. Coastal life became its own kind of adaptation. People gathered shellfish, fish, and sea plants. They learned to read the movement of waves and the flight of seabirds as signs of weather. The coastline became another road, winding along the edges of continents, connecting one ecosystem to another. The crossing into new lands came gradually. The Arabian Peninsula, once greener than today, was a bridge between continents. During wetter periods, grasslands stretched across what is now desert, allowing humans and animals alike to move freely. Some followed the Red Sea's edges, others went north through the Levant, where rivers and oases offered passage. These routes changed with climate. When drought closed one corridor, another opened. Migration was never a straight line, but a network of possibilities, shaped by patience and the slow rhythm of generations. As humans moved into Asia, they encountered unfamiliar climates: monsoon rains, cold winters, high mountains. Each region demanded new ways of living. Those who settled near rivers learned to anticipate floods and seasonal abundance. Those who wandered into the highlands learned to use fire and shelter to survive cold nights. The adaptability born in Africa deepened. The mind that once followed the stars and the seasons now began to see the entire planet as a series of patterns waiting to be learned. Crossing into colder regions brought new challenges and inventions. Clothing from animal hides, stronger shelters, better tools for cutting and scraping. Fire became essential, not just for comfort, but for existence. In these places, the difference between life and death was knowledge, knowing where to find fuel, how to build warmth, how to preserve food. Migration tested not just endurance, but intelligence. The humans who survived in these extremes were those who could observe, remember, and teach. Every new environment was a new lesson, and the memory of those lessons was passed through generations like inheritance. The expansion into Europe likely began over 100,000 years ago through multiple waves of movement. There, humans met the cold of Ice Age climates and other species of humans, like the Neanderthals, who had adapted to those conditions long before. The meeting of these groups was both challenge and exchange. They competed for territory and food, but they also learned from each other. The evidence suggests periods of contact, perhaps even cooperation. Migration did not only spread people across the earth, it connected ideas, techniques, and ways of being. Farther east, the journey continued. Across the vast, open steppes, through forests and along rivers, humans followed herds of mammoths, reindeer, and bison. The migrations became larger, but still slow. They were not grand expeditions. They were life continuing in motion. Some groups turned south toward India and Southeast Asia, adapting to tropical forests. Others pressed north, eventually reaching the edges of Siberia. There, during times of lower sea levels, a natural bridge of land connected Asia to the Americas. Across that frozen expanse, humans walked into a world no one had ever seen. The Americas offered new continents, new climates, new animals. The first people who arrived there encountered giant ground sloths, towering bears, and herds of ancient horses. The pattern repeated: exploration, adaptation, movement. Over thousands of years, humanity spread from the Arctic to the southernmost tip of South America. The migrations that began in the heart of Africa had now circled the planet. The same instincts that once guided a small group across a dry valley had carried the species across oceans of land and generations of time. Everywhere they went, people carried pieces of their old worlds with them, not physically, but in memory and practice. The knowledge of fire, of stone, of the stars, of cooperation, the way to build shelter, the rhythm of speech, the sense of belonging to a group. These were portable forms of home. Migration didn't erase identity, it multiplied it. Each new landscape added to the collective memory, shaping traditions that reflected both continuity and change. The human story became a story of movement, of learning to belong everywhere and nowhere at once. The scale of these journeys is almost beyond imagination. A single family might have traveled only a few dozen miles in their lifetime, yet over thousands of years, the lineage moved across continents. The path from one generation to the next was the true journey, each step small but cumulative. The migration of humanity was not a march, but a breathing, expansion and contraction, departure and return. The earth breathed with them. Seasons changed, ice advanced, oceans rose, and people adjusted, following the same patient rhythm. The reasons for moving were always intertwined. Climate shifts forced migration, but curiosity guided it too. The desire to see what lay beyond the next hill or river is as ancient as hunger. When food was scarce, curiosity was survival. When abundance returned, curiosity became wonder. Every horizon crossed revealed new patterns of color, temperature, and sound. Every new region held species and plants never before seen. The world kept offering itself, and humans kept walking into it. The journeys were not without loss. Many groups must have vanished along the way, cut off by drought, flood, disease, or isolation. Some reached places too harsh to sustain them. Others intermingled, merging languages and customs until their origins blurred. The archaeological record is full of absences, of trails that end abruptly. But even these absences are part of the story. Migration was as much about disappearance as discovery. The earth kept what it wanted to remember and erased the rest. Those who survived carried the memory of movement within them. Even after settling, the instinct remained. The readiness to leave when the land grew hard. The sense that something better might lie beyond the horizon. Migration had become part of human nature. It shaped not only bodies built for distance, but minds built for change. Adaptation became the core of identity. To be human was to move. The seasons of the world continued to dictate rhythm. The tilt of the earth, the shift of winds, the pulse of rainfall, all set the pace for life. Even after agriculture and cities came much later, those old instincts persisted. The calendar, the measurement of time, the sense of year turning into year, all are remnants of migration. Our sense of order is still built on movement, on the endless return of what once passed. The migrations also connected humanity in unseen ways. Groups separated by distance still shared the same basic experiences. Firelight, hunger, the sky, the feeling of being both small and enduring. Across continents, people looked at the same stars, breathed the same air, felt the same fear of the dark. The earth had scattered them, but it had also bound them through sameness. Even as they moved farther apart, the rhythm of living remained universal. When we look back now, tracing these paths through fossils, artifacts, and DNA, what we see is not a linear journey, but a living web. Thousands of lines crossing and diverging, converging again in unexpected places. The human story is not one of straight progress, but of persistence. Migration was our first great collaboration with the planet. The earth moved, and we moved with it. Every step across grass, sand, or ice was a conversation between body and world. The muscles remembered the pull of distance, the lungs the thinness of air, the eyes the changing light. The mind remembered paths and landmarks, carried stories of water and shelter. Migration wasn't just travel, it was learning written into the body. The earth itself shaped memory, and through all of it, the seasons continued. The rains returned, the cold receded, the stars wheeled overhead in their silent patterns. The migrations that began with survival slowly became migrations of imagination. Humanity had learned not only how to follow the world, but how to envision what might lie beyond it. The paths of the past became the foundation for the future. The same instinct that once guided footsteps across plains would one day guide ships across oceans and machines beyond the sky. But before that distant future, the ancient travelers reached the edge of land again, where the water stretched wide and unknowable. The sea had always been both invitation and barrier, a mirror of the sky above and the mystery of what lay beyond it. The next part of the journey belongs to those who stood on the shore and listened to the rhythm of the waves, the place where curiosity met horizon, and humanity first began to wonder what it meant to cross it. When humanity reached the edges of the land, there was a moment of pause. For countless generations, movement had always led to more ground, valleys opening into plains, plains into forests, forests into mountains. But now the earth ended in a sound, the low, endless roar of waves meeting shore. The air was different here, heavier with salt, cooler, full of motion even when everything else was still. For those first people who stood at the ocean's edge, it must have felt as though the world itself was breathing. The water came forward, reached for them, then withdrew, again and again, like a slow conversation that never stopped. The ocean was both familiar and alien. It reflected the same sky they knew, the same stars, the same sun, but its movement and depth were unlike anything they had seen before. It was a place where the boundary between safety and danger shifted constantly. The tides changed the shape of the land every day. Sometimes the water gave gifts, shells, driftwood, fish stranded in pools. Sometimes it took them back. The ocean was a teacher, but one that offered its lessons through rhythm and patience. Humans learned by watching, and the sea had more to teach than anything they had ever encountered. Coastal life became a new kind of existence. The ocean offered food in abundance: fish, crabs, clams, and seaweed. Gathering along the tide line was easier than hunting on open plains. The sea also demanded new understanding. The waves had patterns, the tides followed the moon, and storms came in predictable seasons. Learning these rhythms turned survival into knowledge. A person could look at the colour of the water, the height of waves, or the flight of seabirds, and know what was coming. The ability to read the sea was not instinct, but attention, and attention was humanity's greatest skill. The sound of the sea changed everything about how the world felt. On land, silence carried meaning. The quiet before a predator, the stillness of dawn. But here, the air was never silent. The constant movement of waves became a background hum that filled every moment. It must have been strange at first, that endless motion, the world's heartbeat turned outward. Over time, it became comforting, a sound that meant life continued, that the world was still breathing even when sleep came. Generations born by the sea would have known it from their first moments. It became part of the rhythm of being human. The ocean also brought new materials, shells for decoration and use, smooth stones polished by waves, bones of sea creatures unlike anything from land. People began to make tools suited for this environment. Fish hooks from bone, nets woven from fibres, weights shaped from stone. The act of gathering changed. It required timing and cooperation. The best harvest came when the tide was low, when the ocean withdrew and revealed its hidden flaw. Those moments demanded coordination and patience, the same skills honed over millennia, but now applied to a new frontier. At night, the sea and sky mirrored each other. The stars above and their reflections below created a sense of infinite space. The line between water and air blurred in the darkness, and the firelight from camps flickered against both. To live by the sea was to live at the meeting of worlds, solid and fluid, earth and sky, silence and sound. The first humans who gazed out across that horizon must have felt something close to wonder. They had walked as far as the land allowed. Beyond this point, there was only motion. The waves offered both limit and invitation. Over time, people learned to move along the coastlines, following the curve of the land. The sea became a road as much as a boundary. The abundance of food, the mild climate, and the predictability of tides made the shore a place of settlement as well as passage. Footprints left in wet sand were washed away each day, but the memory of where to go, when to return, how to gather, persisted. Migration by water's edge became a pattern that shaped entire cultures. The first true understanding of navigation was born here long before boats, an awareness of direction tied to wind, current, and the pull of the moon. Eventually, curiosity led humans to build the first vessels. Logs bound together, bundles of reeds, animal skins stretched over frames. Nothing elaborate, nothing meant for open sea at first. Just small crafts to reach islands close to shore, to fish in deeper water, to follow a river downstream. But those first steps into the water were monumental. They represented the same impulse that had carried people across continents, the desire to see what lay beyond the horizon. The ocean was no longer only a barrier, it was becoming a path. For those who lived near the coasts, the tides marked time more precisely than any clock could. The moon's pull became part of daily life, the rising and falling of water dictating when to gather, when to travel, when to rest. The relationship between humans and the moon deepened here, its light reflected on the waves, its cycle written in the movement of the tide. The connection between celestial patterns and earthly rhythms, already noticed under the stars, became tangible. The moon was no longer just a light in the sky. It was a presence felt through the body of the sea. The coastlines also changed the way humans understood movement. On land, direction was guided by landmarks, mountains, trees, rivers. At sea, the horizon looked the same in every direction. Navigation required new forms of observation, the position of the sun, the pattern of waves, the migration of birds, the smell of salt or vegetation carried on the wind. Even without words, these lessons accumulated. A sense of orientation grew not from fixed points, but from constant motion. This way of thinking, fluid, adaptive, responsive, mirrored the ocean itself, the sea-shaped imagination as much as survival. Its vastness suggested scale beyond comprehension. The deep waters hid creatures that could not be seen, only guessed at. The waves could rise suddenly, powerful enough to destroy everything in moments. The horizon could hide storms or distant lands. The ocean became the first metaphor for the unknown. To stand before it was to confront the limits of understanding. That feeling, half fear and half curiosity, would later give rise to myth, to exploration, and to science. The ocean was the first mirror of infinity humans could touch. Life along the coast demanded flexibility. People learned to store food from the sea, to dry fish and shellfish, to preserve seaweed and salt. These practices created stability, allowing groups to stay longer in one place. The rhythm of life became tied not just to the seasons, but to the tide itself, twice a day, every day, a reminder of the world's pulse. Children born by the sea grew up with that motion in their senses, learning early how to read the signs of wind and water. The sound of waves became as familiar as the sound of breath. In some regions, the coast was gentle, shallow, with long beaches and wide estuaries. In others, it was harsh, cliffs rising straight from deep water, waves breaking with relentless force. The variety of these landscapes required adaptation again and again. Some people learned to climb and gather seabird eggs from narrow ledges. Others learned to fish in calm bays or hunt seals on the ice. The ocean demanded respect but rewarded those who listened. Every encounter with it reinforced the lesson that the world could be both generous and unforgiving. Storms were both spectacle and threat. The sky would darken, winds rise, and the sea change colour, turning from blue to grey to black. Waves grew taller than trees, the sound overwhelming. For those watching from shore, it was a display of raw power, a reminder of forces beyond control. Yet even storms became teachers. Afterward, the beach was full of debris, shells, driftwood, carcasses, objects from far away. The sea gave back what it took, reshaping the shoreline each time. The people who lived here learned to see change as constant, loss as temporary, renewal as certain. The ocean also shaped early art and ritual. Shells used as beads and ornaments appear in archaeological sites tens of thousands of years old. Their smooth surfaces and spiral shapes must have fascinated the eye and the hand. Some were carried far inland, traded or kept as treasures, symbols of a world beyond the horizon. To hold a shell far from the sea was to hold proof that the world extended beyond sight. These objects carried both memory and imagination. They were tokens of connection, of curiosity that reached farther than footsteps. At night, the reflection of fire on water created an image unlike anything on land. The flames doubled, the ripples scattering light in patterns that danced like stars. The sea became a living surface, echoing the sky. People must have sat watching it for hours, mesmerized by the way it changed, yet stayed the same. The horizon became a line between two infinities, the one above and the one below. In that space, thought expanded. The sea encouraged contemplation not through stillness, but through endless motion. When sea levels rose or fell with the shifting of ice ages, the coastlines moved. Valleys became bays, islands became hills. Entire settlements disappeared under water. Yet humans followed the retreating or advancing shore, adapting again. The memory of these changes likely lingered in oral traditions long after, stories of floods and lost lands passed down through generations. The idea that the world could vanish and return, that water could take and give, became part of collective understanding. The sea was not only a source of life, but a keeper of memory. The rhythm of the waves, the pull of the tides, the colour of the horizon, all of these entered human perception deeply. They shaped language, song, and later myth. Even before words, gestures, and sounds mimicked the sea's motion, rising, falling, repeating. The ocean's influence on the mind went beyond the practical. It became part of human emotion. To look at it was to feel something vast, to feel part of something that never stopped moving. The ocean didn't just feed humanity, it taught it how to feel time. As people learned to build better rafts and boats, their world expanded again. Islands once unreachable became accessible. Trade and contact began long before agriculture or cities, carried by those who trusted the sea. The same curiosity that had driven migration across land now found expression on water. Each voyage was both risk and discovery, guided by the same stars that once guided footsteps. The sea connected continents, just as rivers had connected valleys. It became the first global path, even if those who travelled it didn't yet know the size of the world. Everywhere the ocean touched, it left its mark. It polished stone, reshaped coastlines, influenced climate. For humans, it shaped thought. The endless repetition of waves offered the first lesson in infinity, the first visible proof that time was continuous. The tide rose and fell as reliably as breath. In that rhythm, people found comfort and comprehension. The ocean was vast, but its pattern was knowable. It was chaos and order in one, and humanity learned to see both without fear. Generations passed. and the relationship between people and sea deepened. The coast became home, not just a passage. Children grew up watching parents gather shellfish, cast nets, and read the weather. Knowledge of the ocean was passed like inheritance, unspoken but precise. When to leave shore, when to return, when to trust calm, when to fear quiet water, all learned through experience, all remembered through time. The ocean shaped not only bodies that could swim and build, but minds that could imagine and anticipate. To live at the ocean's edge was to live in balance between two worlds, one solid and known, one fluid and infinite. The line between them was never fixed. Each tide reminded humans of impermanence, of the need to adapt. It was a lesson they already knew. But here, it was written in water. The sea gave and took without reason, and in its unpredictability, humanity learned humility. The same curiosity that drew them forward also taught caution. The world was vast, and they were small, but they were also capable of understanding that vastness, step by step, wave by wave. And as they stood at the shore, watching the sun sink into the horizon, they must have felt the familiar pull of both fear and wonder. The stars would appear soon, reflected on the surface of the water, connecting the sky they had always known to the world they had just begun to explore. The ocean stretched out before them like the next great question. It whispered of places unseen, of lives not yet lived, of possibilities that extended beyond sight. And in that whisper, humanity's curiosity deepened once again. The same impulse that had carried them across the earth now drew their gaze across the waves, toward everything still waiting to be found. Before words, there was silence. Not the silence of absence, but the kind filled with sound. The rustle of wind in grass, the movement of water, the breathing of others nearby. Early humans lived surrounded by noise, yet true language had not yet formed. Communication was there, but it lived in movement, in the tilt of a head, the shift of a hand, the tone of a call. Meaning passed through gesture, through sound that carried intent even when it carried no word. Survival depended on this quiet understanding. It was a language older than speech, a way of thinking shared without needing to explain. Imagine a small group moving through tall grass. One person freezes, lifts a hand slightly, eyes focused on something distant. No one speaks, but everyone stops. They listen. The faint sound of hooves, the crack of a branch, the smell of dust and animal scent in the air. A hunt is near. With only the smallest motions, they coordinate. A nod means readiness. A glance means direction. The silence between them is not empty. It is full of awareness, of trust, of understanding that has no need for words. This was the first language humanity ever truly spoke, a language made of silence. Over time, these signals grew more complex. The sound of a call could change meaning depending on tone or rhythm. A short cry could warn of danger. A softer one could call attention to food. The human voice, capable of vast range, became a tool even before it became a symbol. The first sounds of speech were probably not attempts at naming but at feeling. Fear, excitement, comfort. Mothers called to infants, hunters shouted to one another, groups sang or chanted without words. The voice connected bodies before it connected ideas. It told others, I am here, I see you, I understand. The capacity for language was born long before vocabulary. The structure of the human mouth, tongue and throat evolved gradually, allowing greater control of sound. The brain regions involved in understanding and producing speech, areas we now call broca's and wernicke's, grew more specialized. But those changes did not happen for words alone. They were part of the growing need for cooperation, for planning, for shared memory. Communication was survival. The group that could share knowledge, warn of danger, or comfort one another had an advantage that no claw or tooth could match. For early humans, speech was not a luxury, it was an adaptation. Every sound carried weight. The wrong noise could attract predators, the right one could save a life. Even quiet mattered. The ability to control when to speak and when to stay silent was as important as the ability to make sound. In this balance between voice and restraint, language was born. It grew out of necessity, but also out of closeness. To live together required not just shared space, but shared understanding. When fire came, it changed how communication worked. Around the hearth, voices could be used freely. The light kept predators away, and warmth brought people closer. For the first time, conversation could stretch into the night. The sounds of speech echoed softly against rock, mixing with the crackle of flame. The darkness outside became background, and inside the circle of light, something new emerged: social language. It was not about immediate danger or need. It was about connection, curiosity, memory. The voice became more than a signal. It became a bridge. The first words may have come from imitation. The call of an animal, the sound of water, the rustle of wind, all could be reproduced by voice. These imitations could point to things without them being present. A call could stand for an animal, a sound for an action. The leap from imitation to meaning was small but transformative. Once sound could represent something absent, the mind had created abstraction. Speech became a form of memory made audible. The world could now be recalled, not just experienced. Language grew from repetition. Certain sounds became associated with certain actions, reinforced again and again until everyone in a group understood. These shared sounds built the foundation of vocabulary. Slowly, communication extended beyond immediate survival. People could plan for future hunts, recall past events, teach children lessons without showing them directly. Words turned experience into knowledge. They allowed information to last beyond the moment, to travel farther than a single voice could reach. The ability to share knowledge changed everything. Skills that once took a lifetime to learn could now be taught. Techniques for making tools, building shelters, or finding food could be passed down accurately. Language became a form of inheritance, as essential as genetics. It preserved not just facts, but wisdom. Through speech, humans began to build culture in a way that could endure. The emotional range of language grew alongside its practical use. The same sounds that warned or guided could also soothe. A mother's hum to a child, a shared chant during work, a cry of grief or joy. These were forms of communication that didn't transfer information so much as feeling. Language connected hearts as much as minds. It created bonds that went deeper than cooperation. To hear another's voice was to know that one was not alone. As groups grew larger, language became more organized. Gestures and sounds turned into patterns, repeated and refined. Rhythm and cadence made speech easier to remember. The first stories likely began this way, not as entertainment, but as preservation. A hunt recounted in sound and gesture became instruction for the next generation. Over time, repetition turned into tradition, and tradition into culture. The human voice became the thread that held memory together. Silence still held meaning. In the spaces between words, understanding deepened. A pause could signal respect, caution, or thought. The balance between sound and stillness shaped communication as much as vocabulary did. The earliest human communities would have understood that silence was not absence, but listening. Around the fire, words might fade into quiet, and that quiet was part of the conversation. Language, even then, was not about constant speech, but about rhythm, a give and take between noise and calm, expression and reflection. The development of language also changed how humans thought. With words, the mind could organize experience into categories. The world could be divided into things and actions, cause and effect. Concepts like before and after, near and far, self and other became clearer. Language allowed time to be described, space to be measured, and thought to be shared. The inner voice, the one that speaks silently within each of us, was born from this evolution. Before speech, there were only sensations and reactions. With speech came introspection. The ability to talk to others gave rise to the ability to talk to oneself. Language also shaped identity. A shared way of speaking defined who belonged to a group. Accents, rhythms, and words created boundaries of familiarity. To speak the same language was to share understanding beyond survival, to belong to a story. Those who spoke together saw the world through similar patterns, reinforcing connection. This shared speech created unity, but also diversity. As groups separated through migration, their languages evolved differently, adapting to new environments, new challenges, and new thoughts. The diversity of languages began almost as soon as language itself. The memory of silence, however, never disappeared. Even as speech became more complex, the old forms of communication, gesture, expression, and quiet remained part of it. Humans have always relied on what cannot be said as much as on what can. The first languages grew from this balance. The earliest songs, chants, and calls all carried echoes of the world before words. The wind, the rain, the rustle of leaves. Speech was an extension of nature, not a departure from it. The voice of humanity was built from the voices of the earth. Over thousands of years, the complexity of speech expanded. Grammar emerged, the ability to arrange words to express not only what happened, but how and when and why. This structure reflected thought itself. The mind learned to hold multiple ideas, to connect them, to imagine conditions and consequences. The leap from food there to, if we go there tomorrow, we will find food, was enormous. It allowed planning, cooperation, and imagination to work together. Language became the architecture of intelligence. But it was not just about efficiency. The sounds of speech carried beauty. The rhythm of words, the rise and fall of tone, the comfort of familiar patterns, all these made communication more than function. People found pleasure in talking, in telling, in listening. Language became a source of joy. Around the fire, stories grew longer, more detailed, filled with emotion and invention. The ability to imagine, once confined to survival, expanded into creativity. Words became tools for wonder. The bond between sound and emotion deepened into something instinctive. A soft tone comforted, a sharp one warned, a rising pitch questioned. These associations shaped the universal patterns of language that still exist today. Even across different tongues, certain sounds feel gentle or harsh, calm or urgent. This shared sensitivity connects us to the first voices that ever spoke, to the ancient recognition of feeling within sound. The spread of language across continents mirrored migration. As humans moved, their speech evolved to match their surroundings. Words for snow, for sand, for wind, for forest. Each culture named what mattered most in its world. The environment shaped vocabulary, and vocabulary shaped thought. The people of the sea spoke in rhythms that echoed waves. Those of the plains used words for distance and direction. Those in forests used quiet tones, attuned to the closeness of sound. Language and place became inseparable. The power of words grew quietly but profoundly. To name something was to hold it in the mind, to make it part of memory. With names, the world became less chaotic. Each thing could be called, described, and remembered. Naming gave a sense of order, and order brought security. But it also brought imagination. Once things had names, they could be compared, combined, and transformed in thought. The first metaphors, calling one thing by another's name, were the first sparks of creativity. Language allowed humans to invent meaning. The beginnings of storytelling transformed communication again. Stories bound people through shared imagination. They carried lessons, history, emotion, and identity. To tell a story was to preserve more than events. It was to preserve perspective. The storyteller became the keeper of collective memory. Through stories, people understood themselves not only as individuals, but as part of something larger, a community, a lineage, a world. The silence that preceded language never disappeared. It simply became part of its rhythm. Even today, silence carries meaning. The pause before speaking, the quiet between words, the stillness of listening. It is the space where thought gathers. The first humans understood this instinctively. Their world was filled with long silences broken by necessary sound. Language grew from that balance, not against it. It is the continuity between sound and stillness that makes human communication what it is. When we speak now, we carry that ancient history in our breath. Every word is shaped by the same muscles, the same instincts, the same need to connect that guided our ancestors through their world. Our conversations, our songs, our questions, all trace back to those first sounds made around firelight when silence began to speak. And as those early voices grew stronger, the world itself began to answer. The walls of caves, the surfaces of stone, the faces of cliffs, all became places where sound turned into image, where thought left its mark. The next part of the story belongs to those who took the invisible world of language and turned it into something that could be seen, the first artists of the earth, whose hands transformed silence into vision. There came a time when humans began to look not only at the world around them, but at the world within. The fires they kept gave light, and that light revealed spaces that had always existed but never truly been seen. The dark interiors of caves, the hollow places in stone where silence felt deeper than the night outside. The first people to enter these places brought their fires with them, their torches flickering against the walls. The flames moved, and the stone seemed to move with them. Shapes appeared where none had been, and the mind began to imagine. What started as shelter slowly became something else, the birthplace of art. The earliest artists were not seeking beauty in the sense we know it. They were seeking connection, to each other, to memory, to forces they could feel but not name. The act of marking a wall with colour or carving a line into stone was not separate from survival. It was an extension of it. These first marks were not decorations. They were thought made visible. To create an image in darkness was to take something from the mind and give it to the world. The caves became mirrors, reflecting not faces, but imagination. When a torchlight flickered across the uneven rock, the shadows danced. The texture of the stone itself suggested shapes, the curve of an animal's back, the outline of horns, the sweep of movement. The artists used these natural forms as part of their creations. They didn't see blank walls, They saw landscapes already alive, waiting to be completed. With pigment made from crushed minerals and charcoal, mixed with saliva, fat, or water, they brought those forms to life. The first paintings were not static. They interacted with the light, with movement, with time. When the torch shifted, the animal seemed to move. The cave was alive with image and flame. The earliest known examples of this art are found across many regions, in France and Spain, in Indonesia, in Africa. Some are tens of thousands of years old, older than written language, older than many species now gone. The similarity among them, separated by vast distances and ages, suggests something universal. Wherever humans went, they felt the same impulse to mark, to remember, to express. The act of creation was not cultural at first. It was human. It belonged to no tribe, no region, but to the species itself. The subjects of these paintings were almost always the same: animals, hands, and patterns. Herds of bison, horses, and mammoths stretch across cave walls, painted in ochre, black, and red. The animals are often shown in motion, running, leaping, turning, captured with a precision that suggests not just observation, but understanding. These were creatures known intimately, watched for hours, followed across plains, feared and respected. To paint them was to bring them near, to honor or to summon them, to remember their presence even when they were gone. The handprints, perhaps the most haunting of all, are both simple and profound. A human hand pressed against stone, the outline blown around it with pigment, leaving behind a ghostly image, a signature, a declaration. I was here. These marks bridge thousands of generations. The shape of the hand, its size and spread, could belong to anyone today. To look at them is to meet a person across deep time, someone who lived, breathed, and thought beneath the same sky. The gesture is timeless, the instinct to leave a trace, to be remembered. The patterns, lines, dots, spirals are harder to interpret. They might have been symbols, counts, or representations of movement or rhythm. They could have mapped seasons, migrations, or simply thought. Whatever their purpose, they show abstraction, the ability to imagine ideas beyond direct experience. Humans were beginning to create systems of meaning, visual languages that extended what words could not yet express. These marks are the first signs of philosophy, questions and ideas given form through image. Inside the caves, sound behaved differently. The walls echoed and amplified the human voice, turning whispers into music. The artists who work there would have heard their own movements transformed. The dripping of water, the crackle of fire, the breath of wind through narrow passages, all created a soundscape that blurred the line between natural and human. Some caves have paintings concentrated in places with the strongest echoes, suggesting that sound itself may have guided where images were made. The combination of light, sound, and shadow turned these spaces into something more than galleries. They were experiences, immersive, sensory, and emotional. The act of painting was likely ritualistic, not in the modern sense of religion, but as a moment of focus and intention. To enter a cave was to step out of ordinary life. The darkness, the stillness, the smell of earth and smoke, all shifted perception. The flicker of light on walls revealed a world both familiar and strange. In that suspended space, humans could reflect, imagine, and express things they could not elsewhere. Art began not in daylight, but in darkness, where imagination could move freely. To make these images required tools and knowledge, brushes made from animal hair or moss, blowpipes fashioned from hollow bones, pigments collected from distant sources. Some colors, like manganese or hematite, had to be found miles away and carried carefully. This effort speaks to the value of the act. Art was worth time, energy, and risk. It was not done casually, it mattered deeply, though the reasons why may have shifted with each person who painted. For some, it may have been a way to honor the hunt. For others, a way to teach. For others still, a way to remember. In some caves, layers of paintings cover one another, made over thousands of years. Each generation added its marks to those of the past, contributing to a shared canvas that outlived any individual. The walls became collective memory, each stroke a voice added to the chorus of time. The earth itself held these memories, preserving them in silence until rediscovered long after their makers were gone. The durability of stone ensured that what was once momentary could endure for ages. Art became humanity's first dialogue with eternity. The creation of image also changed the mind. To represent something visually required understanding shape, perspective, and detail. It required abstraction, the ability to hold an image in the mind and reproduce it. This mental exercise strengthened imagination and memory. The brain that painted an animal on a wall was also capable of imagining future hunts, plans, and dreams. The link between art and foresight was born here. Creativity was not separate from survival. It was its extension into the unseen. Art was also social. It gathered people. The making of images was often accompanied by gathering, storytelling, and sound. The flicker of torchlight on painted walls created movement, transforming static figures into living scenes. The group watching would have felt as though they were part of the story, witnessing a moment that merged the real and the imagined. This was the beginning of shared narrative, the foundation of culture. The first performances, the first stories, the first moments of wonder all happened in that dim light. The connection between art and emotion grew naturally. To create something outside the self was to express what could not be spoken. The repetition of shapes, the care in placement, the choice of color, all reflected inner states. Even if the artists could not explain what they were doing, the act itself provided meaning. It offered a way to understand experience, to transform memory into symbol. The first artists were also the first philosophers, translating life into form. As art spread, it took new forms. Carvings on bone and ivory, figures shaped from clay, stones arranged in patterns. The famous figurines found across Europe, often depicting the human form, suggest not only observation, but introspection. To sculpt the body was to recognize the self as subject, not just participant. These figures, often small enough to hold, might have served as symbols of fertility, identity, or continuity. They represent the mind turning inward, seeing humanity itself as something worthy of depiction. The desire to create beauty may have come later, or perhaps it was always there. The symmetry of lines, the balance of form, the satisfaction of completion, these brought pleasure beyond utility. In a world filled with struggle and survival, art provided stillness. It allowed reflection. To look at a painting or carving was to pause, to consider, to feel something that had no direct purpose, but immense significance. It was the beginning of contemplation, of seeing meaning beyond necessity. Some caves contain evidence of repeated visits, suggesting that certain places became sacred through use and memory. Generations returned to the same walls, adding to the same images. These sites may have served as centers of identity, where people connected with ancestors and with the land itself. The images linked them to time, to continuity, to belonging. Through art, they created history before history was written. The making of art also deepened the relationship between humans and their environment. The materials came from the earth: minerals, stone, water, bone, and fire. Every pigment was a piece of the world transformed by intention. To mix colour was to collaborate with nature, to turn the raw elements of the planet into expressions of thought. The artist's hand became a bridge between matter and meaning. The images of animals show not domination, but reverence. The precision with which they are drawn suggests admiration and respect. These were not enemies, but fellow beings in the cycle of life. To paint them was to acknowledge kinship. The boundaries between species, between human and animal, were still fluid. Art made visible the connection that language could not yet describe, that all life shared the same earth, the same rhythm, the same fragility. Over time, art moved outward again, from caves to open air. Rock carvings appeared on cliffs, stones, and mountainsides. The human need to leave a mark was no longer confined to hidden places. The world itself became a canvas. Yet the spirit of the cave remained. The idea that image could connect the visible and invisible, the living and the remembered. The echoes in these caves still exist. The breath of those who painted, the heat of their fires, the sounds of their voices have long since vanished, but the marks endure. When modern eyes look at them, there is recognition, not of technique, but of humanity. The same impulse that drives a child to draw in the sand, an artist to paint on canvas, a person to write their name, it all began here. The need to express, to make visible what is felt inside, to connect through creation. Art did not end with these early images. It grew, changed, and multiplied, just as language did. But its essence remains the same. It is the conversation between the seen and the unseen, between what is and what could be. The first artists of the earth began that conversation in darkness, their hands moving across stone, their thoughts turning into shape. They could not have known that what they created would last tens of thousands of years, or that one day others would stand in those same places, wondering who they were. And as the painted walls glowed under torchlight, as voices echoed softly in the chambers, something else began to form, a new kind of story, one that reached beyond image and sound, one that would carry memory farther than any pigment could. The birth of story itself was approaching, the moment when imagination became narrative, when the world of experience turned into the world of myth. Long before stories were written, they were remembered. Long before they were remembered, they were spoken, and before that, they were simply lived, events retold around firelight until repetition turned memory into pattern, and pattern became story. The first stories did not begin as inventions. They began as explanations, as questions answered aloud in the company of others, as attempts to make sense of what could not yet be explained. They were not told to entertain, but to understand. The story was the bridge between the visible world and the invisible one, between what happened and what it meant. The first storytellers were not special people set apart from others. They were those who could remember best, who could weave events into meaning. They sat by the fire and spoke softly, their voices carrying across the flickering circle of light. Children listened, eyes reflecting flame. The older ones nodded, recognizing the patterns, the lessons, the warnings. The stories were not just told, they were shared. The listeners became tellers, repeating what they had heard with small changes, adding detail, reshaping memory. Through this repetition, Knowledge traveled farther than any single person could walk. At the beginning, the stories were simple. They might tell of a hunt, of how an animal escaped or was caught, of courage or mistake. But even these accounts carried rhythm. The hunt became more than survival. It became narrative, something with a beginning, a struggle, and an end. In telling, people relived it, learned from it, and prepared for the next. The first story was probably not about glory, but about learning, about how to survive better next time. The storyteller was the first teacher, and the listeners were the first students of memory. Over time, the story stretched beyond the immediate. A tale about an animal might grow into one about why that animal behaved as it did, why it came and went with the seasons, why it had certain markings. The world filled with meaning through imagination. Thunder was no longer only a sound. It became the voice of something vast. The sun was no longer just light. It was a being that travelled the sky. The stars were not distant fire. They were eyes, ancestors, spirits. In these moments, memory became myth. Myth was not falsehood. It was explanation built from experience and wonder. The first myths were ways of describing patterns, birth and death, day and night, rain and drought. The human mind, always seeking connection, used story to link the known to the unknown. If the hunt depended on the moon, then the moon must care for the hunters. If the rivers dried and returned, then something must decide when water flows. The stories turned nature into company. The world, once indifferent, became alive with intention. The birth of story marked the beginning of imagination as a shared act. A thought that existed in one person's mind could now be carried into another's through language. The story became the first form of collective dreaming. An image passed from mind to mind, growing and changing with each retelling. The imagination of a group was larger than that of any single person. Around the fire, these shared dreams took shape, binding people through a sense of common understanding. The fire itself became central to storytelling. Its light moved like thought, flickering, unpredictable, alive. The shapes it cast on faces and walls turned listeners into participants. The sounds of the night outside, the crackle of wood, the occasional call of animals blended with the voice of the storyteller. Time lost meaning in these moments. Night after night, the same stories returned, slightly altered, but always familiar. The rhythm of words became as comforting as the rhythm of waves or wind. In a world where change was constant, story provided continuity. The first myths likely explained origins, how the world came to be, why it worked the way it did. These were not abstract theories, but living truths. They gave people a sense of place in the vastness of existence. To know where one came from was to understand how to live. Every people, in every region, eventually created stories of beginning. The sky might have been formed from a great bird's wings, or the mountains from the bones of giants, or the rivers from tears of spirits. Each tale reflected the landscape and life of those who told it. Story was geography turned into memory. Some stories taught moral lessons, warnings disguised as adventure. The greedy hunter who took more than he needed and found only loss. The careless wanderer who ignored advice and met danger. These tales shaped behavior without rules or punishment. They guided through example, using imagination to teach empathy and foresight. The ability to picture consequence before it happened was one of humanity's greatest strengths, and story was its teacher. As language grew more complex, storytelling became an art. Tone, rhythm, and pause added texture. The same event could be told in many ways, serious or humorous, long or brief. The storyteller learned to read the audience, to build suspense, to bring laughter or silence. This relationship between teller and listener created the first form of performance. It was not yet theatre, but the seed of it. Storytelling was interaction, emotion shared in real time, thought becoming sound and image in the mind of another. The earliest myths also provided comfort. In a world full of uncertainty, storms, illness, hunger, story offered order. It told that there was reason, that events fit within a larger pattern. Even suffering could be explained through narrative. The story gave meaning where none was visible. It turned fear into understanding. For people who lived close to nature, constantly exposed to its unpredictability, this sense of order was essential. It allowed endurance. As memory passed from generation to generation, some stories became tradition. They were repeated with such consistency that they defined identity. A group's story of origin became a map of who they were. It explained why they lived where they did, why they hunted certain animals, why they honoured certain forces. Through story, culture took root. The first forms of belonging were not built through territory or law, but through shared memory. To know the story of your people was to be part of them. The power of story lay in its adaptability. It could change without breaking. Each generation could add its own meaning, shaped by new experience. The bones of the story remained the same, but the flesh shifted with time. This flexibility allowed stories to survive even as everything else changed. When the land dried or the animals moved, the story moved with the people, carrying the past into the present. It was portable history, as light as voice and as durable as thought. Myth also shaped how humans saw themselves in relation to the world. In every culture, there are stories of humans emerging from something larger, from the earth, from animals, from the sky. These tales reflect a deep awareness of connection. Humanity was not seen as separate from nature, but born of it. The myth reinforced what early life had already taught, that survival depended on balance, that all life was intertwined. The story made that truth sacred. In the telling of stories, emotion became a language of its own. Laughter, fear, sadness, hope, all could be expressed through voice and gesture. Listeners responded not just to meaning, but to feeling. This exchange strengthened empathy. To imagine another's experience was to understand it. Story became the first shared emotional space, where one person could live, for a moment, inside another's world. This capacity to imagine others' perspectives laid the foundation for cooperation, compassion, and morality. The storyteller's role grew with the community. They became keepers of knowledge, memory, and wisdom. They remembered the seasons, the migrations, the ways of animals, the rules of survival. Their words carried the past forward, ensuring that nothing important was lost. To forget a story was to lose part of identity. The act of remembering became an act of preservation, as vital as tending fire or gathering food. Over time, story began to blend with ritual. Certain tales were told only at specific times, at the beginning of the rains, after a hunt, during births or deaths. The rhythm of storytelling matched the rhythm of life. In this way, myth became not only explanation, but participation. By retelling the story, people re-entered it, reaffirming their place in the pattern. The story was not just about the world, it was part of how the world continued. Even as humans spread across continents, the structure of story remained strikingly similar. There was always creation, conflict, transformation, and renewal. These patterns reflect something fundamental about how the mind understands time. Story mirrors the rhythm of existence: beginning, struggle, change, continuation. Every tale, no matter its form, echoes the same truth: that life moves in cycles, that endings are never final, that everything continues. The emotional and intellectual impact of storytelling cannot be separated. It shaped memory, taught empathy, preserved knowledge, and connected people across generations. It turned individuals into communities and communities into cultures. The moment humanity began to tell stories was the moment it began to imagine a future, because every story carries within it the belief that what is told will be heard again. Somewhere, in a dark cave or an open plain, under stars or within shelter, someone told a story that would never be forgotten. Not because of its words, but because of what it represented: the realization that thought could outlive the thinker. The voice, carried across time through repetition, became immortal in its own way. The story allowed humans to live beyond their bodies, their experiences to continue in others. It was the first step toward memory that transcended life. As the habit of storytelling deepened, it intertwined with all other forms of expression, with art, with music, with ritual. Songs grew from stories, chants from memory, rhythms from emotion. The boundaries between them blurred, creating what would one day become culture in its full sense. The world had become not only a place to survive in, but a place to understand and interpret. Meaning was no longer found only in action, but in reflection. And as people continued to move across the earth, their stories moved with them. They adapted to new landscapes, new animals, new climates, but the core remained. Firelight, faces, voices, silence, imagination. These never changed. The same patterns of fear, love, curiosity and wonder repeated across continents and millennia. The same need to explain, to connect, to dream. Story was the first science and the first philosophy, the first attempt to describe the unseen patterns of the world. It made sense of the stars, of birth and death, of fortune and loss. It allowed people to live with mystery without fear. To tell a story was to say, "I do not know, but I can imagine." That act of imagination was the beginning of understanding, not certainty, but curiosity sustained across generations. Even now, when we listen to stories, we are doing what the first humans did. We gather, we imagine, we connect. The forms have changed, the words, the languages, the symbols, but the purpose remains the same. We tell stories because we need to make sense of existence. We tell them because we are aware of time. We tell them because memory, left alone, fades, but story endures. And as those first storytellers spoke into the darkness, as their voices echoed softly across the circle of firelight, something new was beginning again. The cycles of movement and survival were giving way to new rhythms. The world itself was changing. The air was warming, the ice retreating, the seasons shifting. For the first time, humanity would stop moving for long enough to plant, to stay, to build. The dawn of settlement was coming, and with it, the next great transformation in the story of Earth and its people. The rhythm of the world had always been movement. For hundreds of thousands of years, the seasons turned, and humanity followed. The rains came and went, herds migrated, rivers rose and fell, and people moved with them, tracing invisible circuits across continents. But slowly, the rhythm began to change. The earth warmed. The great sheets of ice that had covered much of the north began to retreat. Rivers grew wider, lakes formed where glaciers had once stood, and new lands opened for life. The air softened, the grass returned, and the seasons became gentler, more predictable. In this new world, The endless journey began to slow. Humanity was learning for the first time to stay. The change did not happen in a single generation. It was gradual, almost imperceptible, measured in small decisions that accumulated into transformation. A group might linger longer in one valley because the game was abundant or the soil rich. Another might discover that the seeds dropped near camp sprouted again next season. Someone might notice that the wild grains gathered near rivers grew thicker where people had once spilled them. What began as accident became awareness. The earth, once only a place to move across, began to reveal itself as something that could be shaped, encouraged, guided. To settle was to redefine time. The cycle of movement gave way to the cycle of growth. The old rhythms of migration, the following of herds, the search for new pastures, were replaced by the slower rhythm of planting and harvest. It required patience unknown to the nomadic mind. To wait months for food instead of days meant trusting the future in a new way. It meant learning to think ahead, not only for survival, but for continuity. The ground, once temporary shelter, became inheritance. The first gardens were simple, small patches near seasonal camps where seeds were scattered without plan. Some grew, some failed. People noticed which plants thrived and began to favour them, to clear space, to protect them from animals. This attention was the beginning of agriculture, though it did not yet have a name. The relationship between humans and land was shifting from one of observation to one of partnership. The earth provided, but now humans began to give back, to tend rather than simply take. The domestication of plants and animals changed everything. Grains, once gathered wild, were cultivated deliberately. Goats, sheep and cattle, once hunted, were herded. This new way of life offered stability, but also responsibility. The hunter could leave when food grew scarce. The farmer could not. The field required tending, protection, care. The seasons became calendar, not just weather. Each moment of the year gained purpose, the time to sow, to weed, to harvest, to rest. Life took on structure, and structure gave rise to routine. For the first time, people built places meant to last. The shelters that had once been temporary, made of grass, hide and branch, turned into houses of mud, wood and stone. Settlements appeared near rivers and fertile valleys. Fire, once carried from place to place, now burned continuously in hearths that belonged to families, not groups. The meaning of home deepened. It was no longer just where one slept, but where one belonged. The concept of place had changed. The rivers became the lifeblood of these early communities. Their floods brought fertile soil. Their flow provided water. Their roots connected people to others. Settlements grew along their banks, sometimes small, sometimes large, spreading out into patterns that would one day become cities. The names of those rivers, the Nile, the Tigris, the Euphrates, the Indus, the Yellow, would echo through the future. But at this time they were simply lifelines, places where earth, water and human intention met. Living in one place required cooperation on a scale never needed before. The fields had to be shared, the water distributed, the harvest stored, disputes had to be settled, tasks organized. The first social structures took shape out of necessity. Leadership, once temporary and tied to skill in hunting or survival, became a role tied to land and planning. Communities began to organize themselves, not only around immediate need but around continuity. The idea that life extended beyond the moment, beyond even the individual. This new life brought abundance, but also vulnerability. Settled communities could produce more food, but they could also lose everything to drought, flood, or pestilence. Mobility had once been protection. Now it was harder to leave. The relationship with the land was intimate and binding. The soil that fed could also fail. People began to watch the sky more carefully, to mark the movement of stars, the length of shadows, the return of rains. Observation became calculation. The first calendars were born not from curiosity alone, but from survival. The tracking of time was an act of devotion to the earth itself. The domestication of animals deepened this relationship further. Dogs had long been companions, hunters, guards, guides. But now cattle, sheep, goats and pigs joined the circle of human life. They provided milk, wool, meat and labour. They also introduced new rhythms, births, seasons of mating, cycles of growth. Humans became caretakers not only of land, but of other living beings. The understanding of responsibility grew broader. The world was no longer simply inhabited, it was tended. The new stillness of life changed perception. The wandering mind that once scanned horizons for danger or prey now turned inward. The same intelligence that had once mapped landscapes began to map patterns of thought, emotion, and relationship. The experience of permanence led to reflection. Death, once a brief interruption in the constant motion of migration, became something that lingered. Graves appeared near homes, the dead remaining among the living. This nearness to loss and memory deepened the sense of continuity, life, death and renewal, bound together by the land that sustained them all. With settlement came accumulation. Objects that had once been carried lightly now stayed behind. Tools, vessels, ornaments, each became part of daily life. The invention of pottery was a quiet revolution. Clay, shaped by hand and hardened by fire, could hold grain, water, and meaning. The vessel was both practical and symbolic, containment made visible, a reflection of the new stability. To make a pot was to trust the future, to assume there would be something to fill it. Art evolved alongside agriculture. The patterns once painted on cave walls began to appear on pottery and walls of dwellings. Decoration became part of daily life, woven into fabric, carved into wood, pressed into clay. The beauty of the world was no longer hidden in distant caves but brought into homes. Creativity became part of existence itself, embedded in every tool and object. Art was no longer a separate act. It was life made visible. The slow rhythm of agriculture also brought time for contemplation. When seeds were planted, there was little to do but wait. That waiting created stillness, and in stillness, thought deepened. People began to ask new questions about the cycles of growth, about the powers that governed the sun and rain, about the meaning of birth and death. The stories that had once explained the hunt and the storm now turned toward the soil and the seasons. The gods of fire and sky were joined by gods of earth and harvest. Humanity's imagination shifted from survival to relationship, not only with each other, but with the forces that made life possible. The awareness of pattern led to ritual. Planting and harvest became sacred acts, marked by ceremony. Offerings were made to ensure good crops, songs sung to welcome rain, dances performed to celebrate the return of the sun. These rituals reinforced connection to the land, but also to one another. They were the first communal expressions of gratitude, the acknowledgement that life depended on cooperation between humans and nature, between past and future. Living close to the land also revealed its unpredictability. Drought could follow abundance, flood could destroy fields, pests could strip crops. The fragility of stability became clear. The myths and rituals that developed in this time often reflected that duality, the generosity of the earth and its potential for wrath. Life was understood as a balance to be maintained, not a certainty to be assumed. The first forms of worship were expressions of respect for that balance, attempts to keep harmony between human effort and natural force. As generations passed, settlements grew larger. Families became clans. Clans became villages. Villages began to trade. The movement that had once been constant across wide lands now took new form. Exchange. People carried goods, ideas, and stories between communities. Trade routes followed rivers and coastlines, connecting distant groups. Humanity had stopped wandering, but connection continued. The old instinct for movement transformed into communication. The structure of daily life also changed. Work became divided by season and task. Some tended fields, others cared for animals, others shaped tools or wove fabric. The specialization of labor allowed efficiency, but also dependency. No one person could do everything anymore. Cooperation became essential, not just for survival, but for progress. The social fabric grew tighter, more interwoven, each life linked to many others. This interdependence brought both unity and conflict. Resources, once shared freely among small groups, now had boundaries. Land could be owned, and with ownership came dispute. The first forms of governance, of law, of agreement, emerged from the need to manage this new complexity. The balance between freedom and order became one of humanity's oldest questions, one still unresolved. The shift from wandering to settling also changed how people saw the future. Nomads lived in cycles. Settlers began to see progression. The field planted this year might yield more next year. The child born today would inherit the land tomorrow. The idea of growth, of time as something that could build rather than simply repeat, began here. The first sense of history as movement through time, rather than endless return, was born in the soil. The stillness of settlement allowed for memory to deepen. With permanent places came permanent stories. Each generation added to the knowledge of the land, which soil was richest, where floods came, how to predict the seasons. This accumulation of information formed the first science, though no one called it that. Observation, patience, and record-keeping became as valuable as strength or speed. The farmer, watching the sky and soil, was the first scientist of time. The landscape itself began to change under human care. Forests were cleared, fields expanded, animals domesticated, water redirected. Humanity was no longer just adapting to the earth, it was shaping it. The transformation was slow, but profound. The land that had once been wild and indifferent now bore the marks of intention. The earth became a reflection of human effort, the first sign of civilization written not in stone, but in soil. But even as life became more stable, something was lost. The old freedom of movement, the deep familiarity with distant landscapes, the rhythm of migration, all faded. Settled life required boundaries. The world grew smaller, more contained, more predictable. The mind that once wandered endlessly across horizons now focused inward, on community, on home. Yet even this shift carried the seed of future exploration. Stillness taught reflection, and reflection would one day rekindle curiosity. When night fell over these early villages, the same stars still shone above. The fires still burned, the voices still told stories. The difference was that now those stories were rooted in place. They belonged to specific rivers, mountains, and fields. The land itself became part of identity. To belong somewhere was to belong to its story. Humanity had learned to stay, but the world beyond the horizon remained in memory, waiting, quiet, patient. And as the earth continued its slow turning, as seasons passed and generations built upon generations, the first true civilizations began to rise from the soil. The seeds of language, art, and story grew into culture and structure. Humanity's long journey from movement to meaning was entering a new era, one where the world itself would begin to reflect the human mind, and the memory of wandering would echo in the shape of every city and every dream that followed. By the time humanity learned to stay, the world had already changed around it. The long wandering, the endless cycles of hunger and discovery had given way to patterns that could be remembered and repeated. The fields grew, the rivers fed them, and the sky marked the passing of time with dependable grace. Villages turned to towns, towns to cities, and the first civilizations began to breathe beneath the sun. The world that had once been vast and uncertain now began to feel known. But beneath every wall, every road, every field, the memory of movement still lingered, quiet but unforgotten. The first cities rose where rivers met the plains. The soil there was rich, dark, and forgiving. The rivers carried silt from mountains far away, spreading it like a gift each year when they flooded. People built their homes along these waters: the Nile, the Tigris, the Euphrates, the Indus, the Yellow River, each flowing through lands that would cradle the first great experiments in human organization. The water provided everything: food, transport, boundary, and life. To live near a river was to live in the rhythm of the world itself, a rhythm that had been followed since the beginning. Civilization began not with invention, but with accumulation. Generations of observation, of trial and memory, slowly formed systems that could endure. People recorded the rise and fall of water, the cycles of crops, the behavior of stars. What had once been memory passed by word of mouth became record kept by mark and symbol. The first writing systems appeared: pictographs pressed into clay, carved into stone, painted onto walls. What began as storage of information became something more. The ability to record allowed memory to extend beyond the living. The story that had once needed a voice could now be carried by marks, surviving the silence of generations. Writing was not born of poetry or literature. It began with counting, grain, animals, water, time. But from these simple beginnings came everything else. The same symbols that marked harvests and trades soon recorded prayers, names, and laws. Words that had once existed only in the air now had weight. They could be seen, touched, preserved. In this way, thought became permanent. Humanity had found a way to make time visible. The rise of civilization changed the rhythm of life again. The flow of rivers became the measure of order. When the waters rose too high, there was destruction. When they failed to rise, there was famine. The people learned to build canals, dams, and reservoirs. They shaped the earth to their will, guiding the flow of water as once they had followed it. The control of nature was both triumph and burden. For every success came dependence. For every abundance came fragility. A failed flood could undo a generation's work. Power and vulnerability grew together. The early cities were living organisms, built of earth and effort. Streets wound between mud brick homes, markets filled with grain and pottery. The air carried the sound of labour and language. At night, the fires of countless hearths flickered like stars, reflections of the sky above. The same impulse that once painted animals on cave walls now built temples, carved statues, and aligned monuments with the heavens. Humanity's imagination had turned outward again. The urge to create, once expressed in art hidden deep underground, now reshaped the world itself. Everywhere, the same questions remained: who we are, where we come from, why we exist. The stories that had once been told beside small fires became the myths of civilizations. The gods who once lived in clouds and rivers now ruled from temples and tablets. The world became populated by ideas as much as by people. Belief and power intertwined, guiding life and explaining what still could not be understood. The sky, the earth, and the unseen became one continuous system of meaning. Yet, even as walls rose and systems grew, the memory of the old life, the wandering, the silence, the closeness to the natural world persisted in the human heart. The hunter's patience lived on in the farmer's care, the traveller's curiosity in the builder's vision. The instincts that had carried humanity through ages of darkness remained, reshaped but unbroken. Civilization did not erase what came before. It grew from it, like a tree from ancient roots. The world of the first cities was not free of hardship. Drought, war, and disease came as surely as harvest and prosperity. But through it all, humanity continued to learn. The mind that had once studied the movement of animals now studied the movement of stars. The patterns in the sky became calendars, predictions, symbols. Astronomy was born not from wonder alone, but from survival, knowing when the floods would come, when to plant, when to prepare. The heavens, once distant and mysterious, became a tool, a guide written in light. In every region, people built monuments aligned with the sun and stars. They measured solstices, tracked eclipses, and mapped constellations. What had once been myth became observation. The line between magic and knowledge began to blur. Understanding grew slowly, like dawn spreading across the horizon, not sudden, not blinding, but steady, illuminating piece by piece. Humanity was beginning to comprehend not only the earth, but its place in the larger universe. The domestication of time was perhaps the most profound achievement of all. The seasons, once followed by instinct, were now recorded, predicted, and shaped by human will. The first calendars marked not only when to plant and harvest, but when to worship, when to gather, when to rest. The rhythm of life became measurable, no longer entirely at the mercy of chance. The dawn of understanding was not loud or sudden. It was quiet. A realization that the world could be read like a text if one only learned its language. In these early civilizations, memory became structure. What had once been shared by voice now required record keepers, scribes, builders, leaders. Knowledge, once carried lightly, began to gather weight. Libraries were born, small collections of clay tablets or carved stones that held the thoughts of many. To preserve knowledge was to fight time itself. Every generation understood that forgetting was as dangerous as hunger. To remember was to survive. But memory was not only factual, it was emotional, spiritual, imaginative. The myths, the songs, the prayers, these held the essence of humanity's earliest understanding of itself. They told of creation, of loss, of love, of cycles that never ended. They reminded people that life was fragile, that power was temporary, that even in abundance there was impermanence. The stories of gods and heroes were not just entertainment. They were echoes of the long journey from darkness to light. In every temple and city, one can still feel the shadow of that journey. The stone walls, the carvings, the monuments, all carry the same silent truth, that everything built was once imagined, that imagination itself was the foundation of civilization. The hands that built cities were guided by the same minds that once shaped stone tools, tended fire, painted caves, and told stories under stars. The distance between the wanderer and the settler, between the artist and the scribe, is not as vast as it seems. They are the same being, standing in different lights of the same dawn. As civilization grew, so too did its complexity. Hierarchies formed, trade expanded, and cultures mingled. The exchange of goods brought the exchange of ideas. Mathematics, medicine, philosophy all grew from the meeting of minds. The curiosity that had once asked why the stars moved now asked why people did, why justice mattered, why truth felt sacred. Humanity was learning not only how to live, but how to think about living. The journey that began with survival was becoming a search for understanding. But progress always casts a shadow. The control of land, the rise of power, the accumulation of wealth brought inequality. The world that had once felt shared began to divide. The same intelligence that built walls could also separate. For every discovery, something was forgotten. The intimacy with nature, the simplicity of motion, the humility before the elements. Civilization brought comfort and knowledge, but it also created distance between humanity and the earth that had shaped it. And yet, in quiet moments, that connection still returned. A farmer watching the dawn over a field, a sailor guided by the stars, a child listening to a story beside a fire. Each carried within them the memory of the beginning. The long shadow of dawn stretched across every generation, reminding humanity that all its brilliance and invention came from simple things: the need for warmth, the pull of curiosity, the desire to belong. The shadow of dawn is long because the light is still low, because the sun of understanding has only begun to rise. Every age believes it stands in the full light of knowledge, yet the truth is that humanity remains at morning. The discoveries of the first farmers and builders, the questions of the first philosophers, the art of the first painters, all were beginnings, not endings. The dawn continues, stretching through centuries, across every invention, every idea, every dream. To look back at the earliest days of humanity is to see ourselves reflected in origin. The faces may have changed, the tools grown complex, but the eyes are the same, searching, wondering, questioning. The hands that built the first fires are the ancestors of the hands that build machines and cities. The mind that told the first stories still tells them, though now with new words and new light. The long arc of time has not altered the essence of being human. It has only revealed its depth. In the quiet between moments, one can still feel that continuity. The heartbeat of the earth, the whisper of wind, the pulse of waves, the rhythm of day and night, all unchanged since the first people looked to the sky. Civilization has given names to these things, measured them, understood their causes, but their presence remains the same. The world has never stopped speaking. It has only changed the language of its voice. As the cities rose and time moved forward, humanity carried within it both the memory of dawn and the promise of its continuation. Each generation inherited the light of the one before it, extending the shadow a little further, seeing a little more clearly, but never fully reaching the end of it. The story of humanity is not a march toward perfection, but a slow awakening, the long unfolding of awareness across the canvas of the world. And in that unfolding, the past is never lost. It remains layered within everything we are, the hunter in our instincts, the wanderer in our restlessness, the storyteller in our dreams. The dawn that began when the first spark lit the darkness of night has never truly ended. It stretches still, across every sunrise, every discovery, every word spoken in the quiet hope of being understood. The long shadow of dawn is the story of humanity itself, a story still being told, still unfinished, still reaching toward the light. And as the world turns, as the same stars move across the same sky, we remain what we have always been, children of the earth, listening to its ancient breath, watching the horizon, waiting for the day to fully begin,